Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome one, welcome all, welcome to Forts Pro. For today, we're kicking things off with the quarterfinals. Here are the playoffs. We say thank you to everyone for stopping by so early as we are just getting started here. All right, ladies and gentlemen. You guys have been looking forward to it. It has been a nice long season and it has been a great time for everyone. And today we're going to be putting together, well, it's the playoffs, the quarterfinals, the start of our 3-week, should I say weekend activities of bashing all the best Forts players together and seeing who comes out on top. I'm going to be starting out, well, with a fair few good matches, and I want to hear from you guys which teams are your favorites. Let's see. We'll be kicking it off with what is, well, a relatively slow matchup, I think, and we'll be spiraling it up from that point. Now, the Forge Pro League, as you guys may have followed through the videos throughout the season, is a 2v2 matchup set across the vanilla maps with, well, a healthy set of picks and bans, and we'll be going over all the details for each individual match before they start. As today is where things get exciting. To go over the Forge Pro League systems to start with, well, it's a big old open season. We've had a round robin type experience for all the players. They were each of the teams play against each other for the purposes of gaining points. And those points are used today, as only those who have scored the most points will end up in the playoffs here. So we are seeing the best of the best. Now, we are in the quarterfinals, so we do have a lot of players still left to go. A lot of teams left to filter out before we get to the top-est positions. And we'll be starting with them today. We have 4 matchups, 8 teams. And well, I'm looking forward to it. Let's go ahead and look at the first team setup here. Haze Orb and Xuhua. I don't know how to pronounce that one, but we'll give it a try. I know this is one of the Chinese teams. And I remember a while back when the Chinese teams first started showing up, and it was a good time. They had some very interesting strategies that we hadn't seen across the North America and European theaters. So it was actually very refreshing to see them play. And I don't recognize. I guess that's not true. I have seen these players specifically before. Though I struggle to remember what strategies they used in their previous matches. Okay, then. On the other side, we have Taichu and Tar. You guys know them. You guys love them. Tar made a name for himself as coming through the Forts Pro League and has an affinity for cannons and also towers and towers of cannons, mostly towers of cannons. He is a top tier player and both well respected and very capable. So much so that I would anticipate that Tar almost alone would be sufficient to wipe the floor with most Forts Pro League teams. So I want to see how this is going to turn out. Taichu and Tar have been around for a very, very long time at this point. Some of my favorite players, in fact. Alrighty then. I'm looking forward to this one. We're getting the lobby set up and the match prepared, so it'll be a couple more minutes before we jump into the action. But I believe we have the maps, picks, and bans, as well as commanders available right now. So let's go ahead and show off what we're looking forward to in this upcoming match. Both Warthog and Moonshine are banned, not terribly surprising. But it does mean that some of the most popular commanders are available, as well as the dirty, filthy, cheesy ones. We'll be starting out on Snow Leopards. Then round 2 will be on Heavy Rain. And if we get to it, the final match, the decider between these two teams, will be on Caverns. Okay, so pretty standard loadout with popular, simple maps. Love to see it. Now, it's worth noting that some of the most popular commanders, like Pinch Fist and Overdrive, are not banned, so we're very likely to see those. Given that neither of them are banned, it's likely that we're actually going to see a mirror match on them. Additionally, we still have access, that the players still have access to Phantom, so that's an omnipresent threat. That's something the players will have to consider, even if it's not actually selected. It isn't banned, and therefore is a threat, which is how that works. Looks like we're just awaiting one player to finish getting his drink, replenish his hydration, which would be a good opportunity to remind you guys, sitting on your couches enjoying your relaxation, to stand up, stretch, and then get yourself your snacks, your drinks, because we'll be kicking things off here in a minute, and things are about to get excited. I'm looking forward to this. I am curious. So, Tar, despite being known for the cannon tower, I'm going to describe it as more of a meme tactic. Like it's obviously very strong, but what it isn't is the end all be all of strategies. It isn't the the one size fits all solution to the opponent's existing kind of a deal. So we're not talking about expecting him to go with a cannon tower every time. So I still want to know, will Tar be going for mass cannons, or like will he keep the meme alive? Will he keep going mass cannons, or are we going to see a variety of strategies from him? I expect a variety of strategies. Just because it's it's good players. You're playing at a high tier level, and you can't just go one strategy every time. So it is what it is. Like you do expect a variety of strategies to go with it. Now, when it comes to Tar, however, like realistically, you can just go cannons every time and make it work. He could just do that. So I do want to see how that's going to plan out. And it looks like ping test is done. Everything is ready. Just missing one of the referees who's suffering ping issues. And then we will be jumping into the action, which should kick off in about 60 seconds-ish. Okay. Snow Leopards. So, Snow Leopards as a map is a little bit interesting. It is a mix of popular and unpopular. It's an otherwise simple map that's it's just basic, easy, nothing complicated. the I'm going to describe the biggest gimmick of it is that the upper base, the hanging base, is positioned directly above the other base, the lower base. Which means that if something happens to the upper base, all of its debris, all of its explosives and such falls directly onto the lower player. Which is devastating. It is very often the case that the game ends immediately after the top base takes a heavy hit and drops a cannon down into their lower teammate. So that is something that you have to play around on this map specifically, and that'll probably come into play here. Like it's certainly going to be in the minds, in the thoughts, consideration for every player involved. The question is whether or not the players work around it, or how much they work around it, I should say. Okay. Now, I believe everyone is good to go. So let's get this party started. We need a tarpless tar team, can you imagine? Just cannons on cannons on cannons. I mean, I'm into cannons on cannons on cannons. Cannons are my favorite. I like cannons. I like cannons a lot. So, like, this is a special place in my heart for towers of cannons. You can't do a singular strategy. You gotta swap it up and make them think you're abandoning the strategy. Then go back to when they aren't expected. Now, you see, that's not true. Cannons are not a sneaky thing. They're a, I'm gonna hit you in the face kind of thing. You don't need to be sneaky about it. You just hit them with the cannon, and then you hit them with the cannon again, and when they defend against the cannon, you hit them with another cannon. That's how cannons work. It's really very effective. Like it's not a cheesy strat. You just build the cannons. Of course, if the opponent is prepared for cannons, doing things like building cannons and hitting them with cannons is not going to be as effective as if it were a surprise thing. But you can just hit them with cannons. Yeah, false start. Yeah, false start real quick. We'll redo that one. Just ready up, press go. We're good. Everything's fine.
Just had the wrong settings.
And we're off, ladies and gentlemen, to the first match of the playoffs here in the Forts Pro League, as we're kicking things off with a mirror match. I called it. I knew this. I said it. This is exactly what I said was going to happen. As here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Haze Orb. Tar and Taichu are playing as the Overdrive Commander here on Snow Leopards, where they're facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red fort. It is Team Xiu. Pure and Zeb are playing as the Overdrive Commander here on Snow Leopards. So, it's a mirror match. Both teams know what's up. I'm expecting to see some very similar. I'm going to say very similar strategies where they are going to be functionally the same across most of the build. However, there's some pretty substantial build differences in terms of build patterns and such between these two teams, and this is just something I've noticed between the Chinese teams and say the EU teams, the EU NA teams. They just have different build patterns. They build their forts slightly differently. They have different weapon placement kind of stuffs. It's not this samey homogeneous, well, base designs and architectures that you get across everywhere else. So I am interested to see how this works out, because I've been pleasantly surprised by many of the things that players like Pure and ZW have come up with. So let's see how it handles here against what is a pretty top-end team here in Hazorb. Now, functionally, they still have access to all the same things. It's like there's nothing that's fundamentally different about the weapons they're using or anything like that. So we're not expecting anything super crazy here. Just little deviations in build order, little deviations in the shapes of the bases can have some pretty substantial impacts over the course of the game. We see Taichu getting a little cheesy with the AP sniper, hitting Pure, bringing his core down to 70%. Nice hit, gets a little bit of reaction out of Pure, but nothing that need be panicked about. Just adds an extra layer of wood on his fort, and it stops the AP from getting through. So that's good. Zeb doing a similar type reply, but Taichu already prepared for such shenaniganery. It is worth noting that on the left-hand side, Team Hazorb, Taichu and Tar are going for a split heavy weapons tech. We have Taichu on top going for laser weaponry, and Tar on bottom going for cannon weaponry. On the right-hand side in the red, Team Xiu, Zeb is going laser weaponry to mirror Taichu's. Though Pure hasn't placed a heavy weapons tech yet. Oh, and that's why we're seeing mortars out of Pure. Seeing mortars out of Pur. So I love mortars, generally. I'm not convinced this will be a particularly effective timing here. If you're going for this kind of mortar play, you want to have 6 mortars at this point. So one of my favorite mortar strategies is similar to what Pure is doing here. You just go mortars at like the 4-minute mark and slam at, 4:30. But you need to be hitting with a little bit more than just 3. Because otherwise it just doesn't have the damage output to break things. And it's relatively easily mitigatable at this stage, because players will have the extra eco to just slap down defenses and such. So having only 3 here, this is not a commitment. This is not a real attempt to deal damage. This is just mortars that exist here, which is fine. But as we can see, Pure is going for a heavy weapons tech, specifically the munitions plants behind this, and I'm not expecting these mortars to get any real game-ending damage done or anything like that, but it's going to be annoying. We see Tar here hasn't taken real damage, at least not directly. He's lost a single turbine, he's lost, I don't know, some wooden structure and such, but Tar is just taking hits here, and it's going to slow him down. Tar's going to have to spend his eco on defending against this. Is it more eco? Is it more expensive to defend against this than Pure spent on setting up those mortars? Yes. Additionally, the slapstick defenses are blocking Tar's turbines, which is harming his energy production. and it's causing a little bit of deformation because he has to panic build as opposed to properly engineer his base. So it's working and it's worth it, but this isn't something that's going to substantially impact the game. It's just not enough damage has been dealt, and Pure has delayed himself a lot in doing this kind of attack. Now, when it comes to here we see Tar is already selling off many of the defenses and anti-air that was defending against this. It's like he knows this isn't meant to kill him. This is just kind of they are here, and all in all, Tar already had a howitzer placed and constructing on during this, so he's not even going to be super behind here. It's just delaying his additional weaponry as opposed to his first weapon. So Pure has delayed himself in terms of his first weapon firing, and Tar hasn't. Here come the mortars once again. He may need to... we see some more machine guns placed. Taichu has Fire Beam, Plasma Beam, which he is starting to wield. A second howitzer placed for Tar. Pure is still on one howitzer. And the anti-air comes in, and most of those mortars are destroyed. Now, on the other side, Zeb is completing his first plasma beam. This means we're going to see some laser on laser violence. Taichu and Zeb are going to get into a laser duel of kinds. It's like a sniper duel, but way more deadly. I think the biggest factor here for progress is that Tar is ahead of Pure in terms of howitzers. And, more importantly, both players on blue team, that Team Hazorb, left-hand side, Tar and Taichu, have upgraded mines. Whereas Pure, for Team Xu, is only just now upgrading his mines. So Team Hazorb has a bit more momentum by virtue of economic advantage. And that's something that Xu is working on fixing. But if that isn't fixed quickly, then we're going to see Hazorb start to pull ahead here just by virtue of, well, having more money. These bases are getting real thick. You'll love to see it. I like to see this shotgun from Zeb. It's keeping Tar's howitzers in check. It hasn't fully prevented the damage. And more importantly, Team Hazorb is working together. Tar and Taichu are working together in order to get the damage done. They're trying to use the howitzer to break open Pure's base, and then Taichu comes in and does the actual deep penetration damage with the laser beams. We see Taichu sitting here with the fire beam ready to go as Tar opens up his weapons and prepares to fire. So we're about to see another synergistic volley here. There's one, two. It's a hit. And now the plasma gets door sniped. Predictable as it is, Taichu and Tar, they try to line up their shots. They don't quite make the lineup. Pure sustains the hits without having any focus fire really upon him, and Zeb punishes. Taichu opens his doors in a very predictable fashion to try to get the damage done and gets his plasma beam wiped out. A beautifully placed energy shield, reflecting Zeb's plasma right back at Pure. Sniper on sniper violence. I will say Zeb loves his snipers. I approve. And this is critical damage. But there's not enough follow-up. Despite it all, Pure is able... Oh, so close. Almost managing to sell off those weaponry before getting them sniped. But Pure loses his weapons platform and all the weapons in it Not even able to reclaim them. That's pain, and that's gonna be the big turning point in this match, is there are now 3 howitzers set up, and Pure has to face tank every single one of them. Ooh, Zeb coming in and saving him at the last moment. Pure's base.
How is he holding together?
It's crumbling. It's so close to falling down. There's not even any remaining stability tech. Look at it. It's just... Wow, there's not even any remaining stability tech. It's just... there. Okay. That's, real wobbly. Pure can't take that again. They need to shoot down those howitzers, and the howitzer rounds are coming right now. There's one... Oh, the shotguns. Barely. Another plasma. Zeb is doing wonders. Not only is he knocking those howitzer rounds out of the sky, but he's dismantling Taichu one plasma at a time. I must say, Zeb's door sniping has been on point today. And Taichu's suffering for it. Like seriously, Taichu's down to 51% on his core just from secondary explosions alone due to, you know, door sniping. A pair of shotguns from Team Seud knocks the howitzers out of the sky. This is the point where Tar might want to consider just going mass cannons. There are so many shotguns on this on the other side now. The fire beam is not enough to keep these howitzers safe. A standard cannon from Tar gets a hit. Another door snipe. Tar loses the 20 to a standard cannon from Pure. Oh, that man almost got door sniped again. Zeb. Dude, Team Zu is door sniping left, right, and center. Let's say top, bottom, and middle. It's a lot, is what it is. I like what Tar is doing with his cannons there. A solid hit. As I was saying, he's building these cannons one behind the other, and just lobbing shells upwards. It works. It works decently well. It's door snipe bait. This whole matchup is just door snipe bait between Zeb and Taichu. It's wonderful. It's beautiful. It's anxiety inducing is what it is. All 3 howitzers are completely shut down. Team Hazorb has been effectively defeated in terms of damage output, just based on mass shotgun. God, it's Taichu's fighting for his life over here, just trying to keep his plasmas alive. And... Alright, Tar. You've done a good job with the howitzers. I think it's time to retire them and worship on the altar of pure cannon tower. As Zeb actually loses the door snipe here, the door snipe battle, he takes a hit. Loses a plasma and has his foundation singed. As now Tar is sending those cannons from below directly into Zeb's variant components. Oh, one howitzer round actually makes it. Pure takes a hit. It's not even a flesh wound, but A hit nonetheless, as we have door snipe on door snipe violence. 2 more plasmas go down, 1 for each player, Zeb and Taichu. There's the defenses for both teams at this point are so strong, and that the howitzers aren't able to get through. The only thing doing real damage here are the cannons, and the plasmas kinda sorta, whenever they get a door snipe, which is about all they're good for at this point. I would not be surprised to see Tar here sell off these howitzers and start
Putting cannons instead.
blasting, which is standard cannons. Like, howitzers are strong, but they're not standard cannons. Wow. Xiu didn't have the shotguns ready to go. I mean, they were available, they just didn't actively defend with them, and that 2 howitzer rounds hit. Pure takes a nasty bit of damage here. He's able to recover, it's just structural, but that's a lot of damage. And he can't take another hit like that, or he's going to start losing internal components. Again. Speaking of which, Purr still has a hole, or several holes in his base from the last time he got slapped with cannons. Purr actually replacing one of his shotguns with a pair of cannons, which he is now using as anti-howitzer. Less effective against the howitzer, but capable of doing damage in reply, like actual damage. Ooh, and a drop shot. Purr loses a cannon and a fire beam in the same round. And another plasma takes out another one. Oh no. Purr's howitzers exposed again. And, oh, it's so close. But he's going to get it, so no secondary explosion. Purr will not suffer the fates he's suffered once before. So many shotguns. I like seeing what Taichu's doing here. Taichu is advancing his build order. After all these years of trading with door sniping and getting nothing done, he's actually going with the portal nuke strategy, which is the thing to do on this map. It is the end game on this map, I should say. Shotguns from on high, trying to keep Purr safe, but... oh, does he see it? He does. I think that cannon might go down for Purr. Oh, he missed! Oh, you missed. But the 20 is coming to break through. It's not enough. Purr loses a couple mines, but doesn't suffer the massive deformation he might have if he lost his 20 mil. Well, there it goes, as here comes another batch of howitzers. More howitzer. More shutdown. Things are slow. Things are stabilizing once again. Purr, despite having taken all this damage, has once again managed to defend against the howitzers. Ooh, another door snipe. Tar loses a cannon. That's terrifying to be Tar's position. Losing cannons like that is a quick way to lose massive components of your base. Tar still is relying on the howitzers, so no guaranteed damage. But once these portals come online for Taichu, we're gonna see some massive pressure. Now, these nukes are not hidden. Taichu isn't coming out here with surprise massive damage. And we do see a little bit more anti-air added in for the players on Team Xiu, though I'm not sure if that's a response to the nukes or if that's well, just them wanting more howitzer defense. The mass shotguns isn't going to be super effective against the swarm missile nuke play that Taichu is building up toward. But something is better than nothing, and we're seeing more flak added in. Okay, we're seeing snipers replaced with flak on Zeb. So there's going to be a lot of anti-air. So these nukes just may not make it across at all, even despite being defended by swarms. Per, on the other hand, is just kind of struggling. He's playing team tank. Tar is pummeling him. Per is... he's holding the line. Tar is relying mostly on the howitzers who can be shot down. Oh, a door snipe. Zeb loses another plasma beam. Those howitzers just aren't making it across. Like, it's just not happening. Ooh, Zeb's armor's breached. He almost gets his foundations sliced off by the laser beams. Taichu with the triple plasma is actually getting enough firepower on the board to cut deep. Is Taichu's portal... I don't think that's going to work, Taichu. I think that's going to be catastrophic. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work.
He needs to angle it more.
He can...
Yeah,
looks like he can fire one of
out.
them. Yeah, that's not going to make it. That was never going to make it. Oof. Well, I think we are actually seeing Team Hazor get the better of this. Zeb has lost pace with the plasma beams, and so Taichu's kind of taking over. Tar has been largely unhindered for the past 10 minutes, and just ramping up. I don't even want to say ramping up damage. Like, he's technically ramping up damage, but only just barely. He's spending so much on blasting Per. Whereas Per and Zeb on the right-hand side in red, they just haven't been able to do much of anything. Every time they do something... Every time they do something, they get kind of chopped down. Like, they're not dying. They're not exploding. It's just they build a weapon, they lose a weapon. They build a weapon, they lose a weapon. And it just hasn't... that has been the case for them for a while. Well, the Haze Orb has been very slowly expanding. Taichu's completing his 5th plasma right now. Whereas on the other side, Zeb has 2? 2. These are not the same. And if Zeb manages to get some more door snipes, could put Taichu back into the closet, as it were. Just pin him in a corner and lock him down. We're not seeing that. Per actually has managed to get laser weaponry of his own. Looking to rely on those door snipes himself. Not sure that's a good call for Per, but it's the call they've made. There's still so much anti-air. These howitzers have done just shy of nothing over the last 10 minutes. Nukes fly, nukes don't even make it to the halfway mark on the map. And another plasma follow-up to punch through. No. No. This is why Tar goes cannons, but not howitzers. Because the howitzers don't work! Howitzers do so much damage, they just get shut down by experienced players in the later game. is more destruction. And there's the door snipe. Tar takes a pretty heavy hit. That's actually pretty critical damage. And there it is. And it comes down to it. The Snow Leopards effects. The top fort falls on the bottom. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is round 1 to Hazorb. Whew. That got wild.
So you think they're all warmed up now, ready to start going?
Look at it slice. And dropping all the way down. Smashing the entirety of the fort in a single laser beam. That is, well, that's no leopard in a nutshell. Welcome to forts. Welcome to round 1, where Team Hazorb takes 1 point in this best of 3. All right. Well, that one was exciting. Next up, we'll be moving on to Heavy Rain. Map 2. I hope you guys are good to go. The players will be readied up momentarily. I think they may need a moment to stretch their fingers after that one. All right. Give us a moment while the players are readied up, and then we'll be jumping into round 2 in this best of 3. I will say this. That last round, that's what we're looking for here. Like, that's a good time all around. Top tier players door sniping back and forth, smashing howitzers out of the air, slicing forts off their foundations. Yeah. We're that's what forts is all about. My lord, it's beautiful. It is stressful to have to rely so heavily on shotguns like that. Just the mental damage, mental stress you apply to the opponents by demanding they hold the line against triple howitzer is a lot. Honestly, that could be a strat. Just round 1, go mass howitzer. It doesn't matter if it works or not, but it exhausts the opponents. It's easy to just broadside howitzers at someone. But to force the opponents to shotgun every single one of them out of the sky every 30 seconds, that's stressful. That's the kind of stress that you don't get back for the rest of the series. Like, you have a long series like that, talk about metagaming right there. That's some meta strats. Sure, they're not super difficult to stop, but they're stressful to stop, and you have to pay a lot of attention. Oh, that would be exhausting way to go.
I'm
All
4-2.
right. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it. It is round 2 between Team Xu and Hazorb. And we're seeing another bunch of... It's not a mirror match this time. It's Architect and Armadillos. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Xu. Zeb and Per playing as the Architect Commander. They're facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side. In the red, it is Tar and Taichu of Team Hazorb, who are playing as the Armadillo Commander. All right. Now, these commanders do play quite differently, though both of them enjoy their later game activities. They get to those later game positions usually via different build paths and have different reactions to things. The Architect Commander is a bit more general purpose, but most of the strong strats for it involve late game play with a relatively high eco. So I expect to see Xu, blue team here on the left-hand side, going for the later game heavier weapon builds. Usually with a opener, usually with a quick sidestep to the upgrade center. The bonus build speed during the commander active ability for Architect allows the team to go for the upgrade center without any real penalties, because they can just kind of activate, they can seed the first shot to their opponents and then just kind of let it happen. And use massive build speed bonuses to catch up after they take the first hit. Whereas the Armadillo Commander wants to do a similar kind of thing, but instead of being aggressive, they just aren't. Instead rely on the faster doors to keep their early game defended and safe very efficiently, go up to massive eco, and then defend cost efficiently against everything with the bonus repair buffs and such, and then just kind of out-attrition their opponents in the late game. It's very effective as a tactic. You know, I do wonder, 42, what are the win rates and pick rates for the Armadillo Commander?
For Armadillo, let me check that right now.
42 always on the spot with the best of the stats.
The win rate is 44%. And the use rate is... Oh, don't wait. Do I have this? It is the second most used commander after Spook.
Okay. So second most used commander after Spook, but only a 44% win rate. As we see Taichi doing a little bit of harassment, Buzzsaw and Purr's connection. This is not a substantial effect, as much as it is annoying that connection down there is cheap to replace. He's not doing any real damage with that so much as just annoying his opponents. Same kind of thing up here. This shot, however, is potentially lethal. Zeb is aware of that and is defending against it. The potentially lethal shot still exists, but it's unlikely to be the case. The AP sniper from Zeb keeps Taichu knocked away. Remember what I was mentioning that the Architect Commander likes to go early upgrade center because it can? This is one of those reasons. It just has an early upgrade center. Now Taichu's getting shut down. At least his early game. Oh, he doesn't get the... Taichu's so greedy! Loses a fire beam to the AP sniper. Not defending against AP sniper in time. Oh, it's painful. Okay. Yeah, that's... You hate to see it. You love to see it. Zeb doing wonderful things in retaliation to Taichu's harassment. You know, Taichu was being the aggressor early, but that did not end up in his favor. It prompted Zeb to build an AP sniper and just ruined Taichu there. It's beautiful. Again, we're seeing Pure go with the mortars at like the 4.5 minute mark, 4.5 5 minute mark. These are once again not super damaging mortars, but they're going to be here and they're going to slow things down and they're going to get in the way, and it's. We'll see. I don't think they really paid off super well last time. I think they like very technically paid off. I'm curious to see if they will do better this time around. I don't think so. I think they're not going to do better this time around. They just got completely shut down by the machine guns, the anti-air. Like completely shut down. All right, Zeb, what you doing up here, man? He's got the wild thing of cannon towers going on. It's so wobbly. It's so wobbly. It's just, it's there. That's what's happening. Okay. We're just gonna keep that in mind. Taichi going Fire Beam, Plasma Beam as last time, going with the laser sniping. Pure, the positions are kind of inverted from last time. The lower fort, Pure is going for lasers, and the upper fort, Zeb is going for cannons. On the other side, Tar is once again going for cannons. He's skipping howitzers this time. It's all cannons. It's just all cannons. I love to see it. This makes me happy. I like this. Behind this. Every time Tar goes cannons, I get a little happy inside. Whereas Taichu is once again going for Fire Beam, Plasma Beam. I'm a big fan and proponent and recommender of mixed weaponry in team games where one player goes cannon tech, the other player goes laser tech. Big fan of this. And that is what we're seeing for every team. Though their positions for which is which are a bit swapped around. I'm curious to see. So I'm not sure this is like, this looks like it's supposed to be door snipe resistant. So it's should I say collapse resistant when a door snipe happens. I'm not sure how resistant it is in actuality. Like it's close for sure. It's almost resistant for sure. I'm not certain if it is actually for Tar's base here. I'm sure we'll find out, or we'll probably find out sooner or later. Yeah, once Purr's mortars got shut down like that, he just stopped firing them. Now, it's worth noting that Team Hazorb has removed all of their anti-air, so if Purr decides to fire those mortars again, they're going to get a hit. Which is a wonderful thing, and is something that could deal real damage if you were to have 6 of them. I would love if he just had 6 of them. That would be cool. I would like that. That would make me happy. That right there is one of my top strats. One of my favorite strats. Just suddenly 6 mortars out of nowhere. That makes me happy. Oh no, Taichu! Running out of energy at the last moment. That wouldn't have made that much of a difference. He had enough. Purr had enough to stop it.
Would not have been a kill, but it would have been close. Painfully close.
Yeah. It would have been scary. And fear is a real thing. Get your opponents to react, overreact, and such. I like how Taichu is going after the laser guy, despite not being directly faced against the laser guy. You know, he's like, you have lasers, therefore I will door snipe you with my own lasers. That's just how that's happening. It doesn't matter who's where.
I mean, he also doesn't really have angle on the top player, so...
Yes. I think he was originally going to, but after getting hit a couple times, Taichu just said, nah, I'm just going to hard wall against this. If you want to hit me, you can hit me. I'm just going to let it happen. I'm going to shoot someone else. Oh my god, now Tar's aiming up. What is happening?
Crisscross.
You know, the worst... the worst part is Zeb's base is probably the most vulnerable to lasers out of them all here. Like, what? It's just funny to me. Like, there's nothing wrong, unusual. There's nothing wrong or unusual about what the players are doing here. It's just funny. It's just not expected. That said, Taichu has very limited time in ignoring those cannons. He's going to have to do something about them very soon here, or Taichu's going to get blasted. Like, the thing about cannons, they just kind of fester. They just kind of become more cannons. And eventually they win the game by virtue of having enough cannons. Oh, he's going to get it? Oh, I don't think he hit the plasma enough. No, it doesn't burn. Alright, we see Taichu investing into anti-air. But still face tanking a howitzer with a couple cannons behind.
Oh, this is bad. Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Just fire beam into fire beam. Per loses his own fire beam. Laser on laser violence once again. Now, Tar is going with the cannon stack style build. It's not really a stack so much as just spread every which way. Ooh, but Taichu gets door sniped per vengeance. And Taichu loses his plasma, and with his plasma gone, much of his actual DPS goes with it. Yeah, Taichu's not long for this world if they leave Zeb alive. Zeb's up to 3 cannons and a howitzer. They need to do something about that. Oh, and the AP sniper. Taichu can't even get defenses. Can't even afford defenses against the AP sniper. This is quickly turning into Taichu. Did he just get a door snipe? That?
Yeah, he got a door snipe with that angle. That's crazy.
That wasn't on purpose. That happened.
He tried, but that's crazy.
Okay. Okay, well that actually changes things a bit. Losing that cannon gives Taichu a little bit of reprieve from the raw repair bill that he's been paying, and that's gonna give him some time to repair, or at least spend on defenses that are more efficient. And we see him getting set up with portals now, and that will help immensely. Yeah, he's fully portaled. Or at least mostly portaled. Portaled enough that it's going to be ineffective for Zeb to continue firing at that position, at least without shutting those portals down. And shutting those portals down is going to require a different set of weaponry, which he can build pretty reasonably, but it'll give Taichu even more time to build defenses against things like EMPs. Yeah, we see Zeb just changing targets here. Tar is now the target. Taichu is free to rebuild. Yeah, that one cannon going down, that one door snipe from Tar, a complete luck, but that just changed the outcome of this game, I think. Like, I think if that cannon had stayed alive, Taichu goes down, and then Tar is not far behind. But no, the door snipe did it. Doors penned. That's got to be frustrating. Every time when you have a depressed cannon like this, and like you have in Tar's base, you're like, oh yeah, this cannon's shooting through this door. Let me just door snipe this. But the cannon isn't in front of the door. So you get shots through the door, and it just doesn't matter because the cannon's not there. But it's shooting through there. It's beautiful. Oh! That was a beautifully placed howitzer. Almost returned to sender, but not quite. Yeah, that's interesting. Cannons on cannons on cannons. Taichi once again the target of everything. I don't know how he didn't lose that plasma in that corner. Like it's just on fire and burning, but it's alive. As Tar's cannons are growing. Oh! Door snipe.
Damn.
Taichu loses his plasma. But man, those return to senders are paying off for Taichu here. Not just for Taichu, but for his teammate as well. Which is an important factor. It's worth noting that Tar has developed laser tech of his own. I wouldn't be surprised if he went for a Magna Beam here.
I mean, that would be
But at least-
devastating right now, you know.
It would be, but at least for the moment, he is only using it for fire beams. Ooh. The double plasma into Tar's foundation is terrifying. It causes some wobble, but it doesn't break him. That'll be cause for concern later. A splattering of ants here, not enough to bring the howitzer down. The doors getting blasted, and the only thing behind them are turbines. It's great. Another door snipe. Zeb loses a cannon. This one isn't as critical, I think. Obviously, it's painful to lose a cannon at any point. This one doesn't cause a lot of deformation, nor is it at a moment in time which changes the game. Taichu is existing. He's building a plasma at the moment, but he's struggling to get any real growth done. Those portals are hindering him greatly, but he is alive for it. He's about to complete a plasma again, which will get him back into this game in terms of dealing damage. It is only one plasma, but one plasma is, as you have seen many times, effective. He tried. He returned to Sundered himself, which is unfortunate. It's okay, Taichu, no one saw that. It is interesting seeing so many players with multiple techs. It's like everyone's going up to the cannon plus laser tech themselves. Alright. Tar has enough cannons which can hit Pure's core. I think if he just keeps focusing that spot in particular, Pure goes down. Another door snipe. Alright, that one had to be on purpose. That would look purposeful. Another door snipe. Pure loses a cannon. Zeb and Pure getting door sniped back to back. Guys, remember I said with these teams when I was looking forward to this matchup? It's a good matchup. It's a real good matchup. It's just going. The EMP finally splashes into Taichu's front, and that breaks all of the portals, and with the portals shut down, firepower can commence. Focus fire from Team Su on the Taichu. Taichu is breached. His core remains intact for the moment, but it is all hands on panic, as Taichu's defenses are shattered, and the cannons are heading directly to his core. Not quite landing the hits they need to. Taichu is able to survive, and he's able to survive only taking structural damage. None of his weapons go down, so he's okay, but he is vulnerable. He does not have enough defenses to upkeep that kind of repair bill. Like, it's not gonna happen. It looks like Su is actually... Oh, yep, that's another door snipe attempt, and they get it. Taichu loses a plasma. As Zeb's cannons...
on the back foot.
Yeah. Well, Hazorb did manage to... With Taichu's earlier return to senders, they were managed to stabilize and bring it back to even. But with those return to senders breaking, now I think Hazorb is once again pinned in a corner and getting ground down under the just unchecked firepower of Zeb and his cannon tower. Cannon tower is not even it. It's neither a cannon tower nor a cannon stack. It's just cannons existing, much like Tar. Cannons existing.
A cannon spread.
Yes, the cannon spread. Can't believe it's not better. I am surprised that Tar has not invested into additional cannonage. I am surprised that he has gone with lasers instead of cannons. But that is the choice. And it's not failing directly, it's just not working really. Plasmas. Oh! The EMP is shutting down the doors, preventing them from close. Tor gets door sniped via EMP shenaniganery. Honestly, those EMPs just kind of exposed there. They're just kind of hanging out here. They're doing a lot more work than I expected them to do. Like, they're just there, occasionally firing, occasionally getting hits, and actually being destructive. For a second, I thought Tar lost a mine. That would have been a sign of the times right there. Well, they keep firing. The answer is still not enough.
Oh no. Another door snipe from Taichu.
Massive damage. Taichu snakes that plasma beam into Pier's weapon platform, and he loses it all. It's gone. That will set back their opponents a substantial amount. Very well done, Taichu. God, and Taichu is still just face tanking these howitzers and cannons. Yeah, I am surprised Taichu is still alive, given he's on 6 mines and taking that many hits from cannons. Like, I know Armadillo is strong. I know Armadillo's whole thing is being able to do that kind of stuff, but I'm surprised that he's still able to do that. He's still in this game after tanking that many cannon hits. I am still convinced that if they focus fire Taichu right now, he just goes down. Oh, that's actually clearly not where he was intending, but that's a great angle for that. Like that is
crazy.
Yeah. Like we're talking Magna Beam. I wouldn't have been surprised if we got it earlier, and I love to see it now. Oh. Does Tar think he destroyed that plasma with that? Oh no. Okay. Alright, second howitzer coming online. If they don't shut this down, surely Taichu doesn't survive. Well,
That is an insane mine to lose, wow.
yeah, that's... Okay. It's just... It's back and forth at this point. Zeb actually doesn't have... is down to only 2 standard cannons. So it doesn't have the penetrative follow-up firepower to really destroy Taichu directly. But double howitzer, if he lands the shots, he's vulnerable here. If he lands the shot... Oh my god! It wasn't enough. Taichu lives. Not even the plasma breaks through. Holy smokes, Taichu's down to like a single shred of wood defending. And it's not enough to break. Double howitzer... Tar defends that. Okay. I was expecting Tar to get slapped here. Well, that's
Yeah,
awkward.
he shot one down. Oh, that's that's no good.
Taichu's vulnerable again. Down to 11%. He loses his... Oh no. Oh my god. It's so close. It's so close. But he gets his armor up once again. Holy smokes. Taichu does not have the money or income or anything to defend against another hit like that. Tar trying to suppress Zeb does actually force a sell. Zeb loses a cannon to just too much incoming firepower. But Zeb still has double... Oh, he's actually aiming for it on purpose this time. I'm convinced it wasn't on purpose the first time, but this time is definitely on purpose. Double howitzer to Tar's weapons platform. It maintains... God, that is interesting. Okay, so Zoo has focused fire to Tar. I think they've gone with the idea that Taichu has been blasted back to the Dark Age, which is almost true. And are now focusing on the last standing threat, Tar, who is trying to get real damage done and is actually doing a terrifying amount of damage in the process. Now look at that. Zeb is selling the howitzer again, as Tar is just doing enough damage to force that kind of thing. Every time I'm in this kind of situation, and I have a Magna Beam, I see them firing howitzers, and like, I try to like door snipe the howitzers with the Magna Beam as they're firing to get the howitzers to loop around and destroy themselves in the process. It is endlessly satisfying to destroy enemy bases and howitzers with their own howitzer via the Magna Beam. Beautiful. Alright, so Taichu is rebuilding. He's getting another plasma beam. He just placed it. Is now under construction. As Tar is on the defensive here. Taichu also assisting with the anti-air, which is the premium teammate thing to do. You can't get real weapons on the board, you may as well get anti-air on the board. Oh, Tar, that's a lot of damage. Tar's breached. He loses 2 cannons, and maybe more. His base is on fire, burning down. His weapons are exposed, and he's getting them reconstructed. Taichu at that 11% HP is not in a good spot here. Team Hazorb is generally struggling, barely hanging on. Just barely hanging on with... look at the anti-air plasma. It helps, but that's not nearly enough. The firepower is overwhelming. Tar is once again exposed. Massive damage. His foundation is vulnerable, and a plasma beam cuts through, taking out 3 mines and some of his foundation nodes. Tar survives the hit to the foundation nodes, but that's not the kind of damage you want to be taking. He's just lost half of his economy in that. Tar desperately trying to get door snipes again. But those angles, like, that's not that just doesn't work that way. Focus fire on the Taichu has been called. And here comes the hits. He survived it. I will say, I enjoy seeing the EMPs just constantly played. It's effective, and it works. It works real well. Oh yeah, there's the defensive Magna Beam. Just keeping the howitzer away is very good for that kind of thing. That one EMP can only hit the plasma on top, and it's its entire life. How is Taichu still alive? Imagine if there's a Magna Beam shot active during that moment. Oh man, that's the holy grail of cannons. Of Magna Beam shots right there. Alright, Magna Beam's ready. Howitzers are ready to fire. He's sitting there where they're just waiting for the howitzer to fire. I could feel it. I could see it. Yep, there it is. Oh, and he almost slaps his teammate with it too. If you don't have any weapons remaining, just use your enemy's weapons to deal damage. And a door snipe. Per loses a plasma beam to a plasma beam. You know, honestly, that Magna Beam position for Tar isn't even that bad. I was gonna say, if it breaks like this,
Dang.
it's not even gonna be a massive liability. Like, I wouldn't rebuild it in Tar's position. It's just not. It's too expensive. It's not worth the investment. But if you have it, it can do some good work. I hate to see it go down, but down it goes. So Tar has 4 cannons and a plasma, which is a fraction of the firepower that his opponents have. Tar's plasma is exposed. His armor has been breached and a howitzer's going for it. Plasma defends itself. Misses the shot. Pure doesn't manage to destroy Tar's plasma. But Zeb's cannon does. Rip Tar's final remaining plasma. Tar has no more energy weapon remaining. As slowly, ever so slowly, Haze Orb is being ground into the dust. And this is why I like going cannons in the first place. Don't give your opponents the opportunity to defend things like howitzers. Just slap them. Slam them real hard. Remember when I was talking earlier about draining your opponent by exhausting their energy in a longer series? I'm gonna tell you, these teams are not gonna be. They're not gonna want to play forts for a while after this. They're gonna. I need to breathe. 35 minutes of this so far and counting. And Tar and Taichu are getting the short end of the stick this time around. It all comes crumbling down. Tar's forward element of the defenses are crushing under their own weight. It's a sign of the times. Blue team has exposed heavier weapons. Multiple fire beams exposed, uncontested. I think this is it, boys. Those howitzers landed. Tar still has 4 cannons and just cannot do anything with them. Loses his heavy weapons facilities of the energy variety. And goes down. Tar first to fall. All that remains is Taichu, and the amount of firepower about to collapse upon Taichu right now is insane. Did he just double door snipe? Okay. The howitzers ripping the armor away. The cannons penetrating through the hole opened by the howitzers. It's just a matter of moments before Taichu here suffers the inevitable fate. No more armor to defend. Splash damage bringing his core down to 6% and dropping. Selling off components of the base just to defend a moment longer. The only weapon he has available left is the fire beam, and there's nothing to prevent these heavier weapons from going directly to his core, as here comes the killing shot. Team Hazorb goes down in round 2 in this best of 3. Zeb and Pur even it up, which means we're going to the decider. All right. Whew. Well, that got exciting. That got real exciting. Well, I hope you guys have enjoyed so far, because I know I have, as things have gotten crazy. Honestly, the first round was insane, and this round was just even more insane. I don't know how they're going to top it for the next round.
I mean, they kind of have to feel like they had to win like 3 times to finish that match.
Yes! Holy smokes. My question is someone just gonna go like Phantom? Be like, we're not, this match is not lasting 30 minutes. We're not doing this again. It's, we're gonna cheese. End it. Alright, so we're going onto Caverns for the final map. Give us a moment while the players get set up and ready to go.
I mean, a compromise might just be going, you know, mass nuke and come what may.
Well, these days mass nuke is more of a later game strategy. It's a thing you go for after defending for 15 minutes, kind of deal. Although, I've heard next patch might change that. As we get ready to go into round 3, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys have stand up, stretched, and refilled your drinks, because things are about to get exciting once again. As we're into round 3 in this best of 3. The decider in the matches here in the playoffs. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Hazorb playing as the Spook Commander. Tar and Taichu going back to the basics. They're playing against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red. Team Xu, Pure and Zeb are playing as the Armadillo Commander. Last round, Hazorb with the Armadillo Commander. Now it is Team Xu. We'll see if they can see if they can play it better than their opponents. I feel like I am exhausted after those last 2 matches, and I'm not even the one playing.
I mean, the matches have been 30 minutes long so far.
Yes. Like, holy smokes. Like, it's one thing to have...
Would
Go
love
ahead.
like to have those matches be so long, but at the same time, it means we will finish at 3 a.m. So
I was gonna say, like, it isn't terribly unusual for Forts matches to go something like 30 minutes. Like, that's just not outside. That's just not extraordinary. But that kind of back and forth, just the constant action, the constant door sniping, it was just intense the entire time. Like, usually, like, someone gets defanged, and then a door snipe happens, and like everyone's defanged, like something of this sort. There's like a build-up time. No. This is just everyone had weapons at all points in time, and they were firing on all cylinders at all points in time, and just no one was going down. It was insane, and it just didn't stop for longer than 30 minutes. Welcome to the Forts Pro League. Every player here deserves it. Well, it's worth noting that no one here is going for any kind of super cheese. Looks like we're going for a standard style build-up. We're looking... Oh, Tar, why are you like this? Okay, it's fine. Zeb with the AP Sniper found a point here on Taichu. Yeah, Taichu was going for buzzsaw shenanigans, and managed to get punished a little bit by the AP Sniper. Very technically, Taichi's core is still exposed to the AP Sniper, though I'm reasonably certain that Zeb believes otherwise. Token EMP coming out and doing some damage. But yeah, this is shaping up to, despite the little bit of harassment back and forth here, this is shaping up to be a fairly standard match that's going to go for late game for everyone involved. We have upgrade centers for everyone and upgraded eco. So yeah, we're going to be seeing another late game match here. Zeb's EMP got taken out by Tar's Sniper, which is not at all a surprise. Taichu's Buzzsaw doing more damage than I anticipated, actually getting a second batch of turbines knocked over. Should I say knocking over a second batch of turbines. Zeb's AP Sniper still poking to and fro. It's... More that is the most cost-effective buzzsaw I've seen in a while. But he sells off a bit of stuff in front of his core to reshape it to a more standard style defense. And in the interim, there is a brief few second window where Taichi was vulnerable to an AP sniper and got AP snipered, knocking his core down to 70%. Okay. Yeah. After the early belligerence, we're just on to standard match. Like, we have howitzers from Tar. The biggest difference between this match and the previous matches is that Team Xiu is going double laser. We're gonna see 0 cannons from the right side team, the red team here. Whereas on the other side, Hazorb, they're going for the same builds. It's Tar with howitzers on the lower fort and Taichi with lasers in the upper fort, and that's just it. Alright, well, we'll see how it works out. Not for it, but to wait for each fort for each player to finish constructing their weapons and blast it. A notable difference here is that Taichu isn't going for Firebeam. We're seeing double plasma. I think he's adapting to what the opponents have been doing and just understanding that it's a laser war and the Firebeam doesn't really help in the door snipe battle. Like it does, but it's not the same kind of power level as a plasma. They're just going extra plasma early on. I think Zeb's coming to the same conclusion as well. Just placed a second plasma, so we're not seeing any fire beams. Putting energy shields first, you love to see it. So everyone knows what everything is. Everyone's like they understand. They understand what's happening here. They understand everyone's going for this. Like all right, we've been doing this 30-minute grind fest the last 2 times. We're gonna do it again, but we're gonna do it better this time. And everyone's doing it better this time. They're setting up for the long game. Oh, Lord have mercy. This is what we're doing. Plasma from on high takes out the shotgun. Gives Tar an opportunity to blast at the howitzer. Never mind. A wall of shotguns still remain. Alright, Tar. My dude. You've destroyed shotguns and they still have multiple shotguns. Are we doing this again with the howitzers? The last 2 times you tried this, you spent like 20 minutes on howitzers getting nothing done.
But that was before he wore them down psychologically.
That is true. That is true. There has been an entire hour of anti-howitzer shotguns up to this point.
Emotional damage.
It's entirely possible that the emotional damage is going to build up. It has already built up to a point where if you fire just one more howitzer, it might just make it through.
Or maybe he just doesn't want them to relax. You know, you thought the howitzers are over. No, there's going to be more. There will always be more.
You know what? I can get behind that. Tar's just building cannons at this point. He's building cannons specifically in a position that hits the upper fort as well. So that's good to know. Cannon spread. No tower, just spread. That's a beautiful shot. Taichu just broke pure. Great damage there. The angle on that sniper, unlikely to land that shot again. It's possible. Oh, beautiful merge fire. Not enough to break through that Zeb's armor, but beautiful nonetheless. Another solid hit. I like what I'm seeing from Tar. He's just building cannons, and he's just building cannons. He's not building howitzer anymore. That's, I think you're right, Rome. He's like, all right, the howitzer's here. Be afraid. Just force a lot of shotguns out of the opponent, and then build cannons anyways. As Taichu's just building more and more plasmas. Then again, so is Zeb, but Taichu's focusing on plasmas and plasmas only. Another beautiful hit. We're getting a reset every time. Now, it is worth noting on Taichu's side of the world Taichu has all of his plasmas in one little box. This makes them easy to aim and easy to target. Zeb has his plasmas scattered about a little bit. So he loses one, he does... Oh, no.
Wow.
Not like this. Zeb didn't have enough foundation strength. It just all comes crumbling down. Oh, that's it. That's just how this ends. Pure just lost most of his shotgun coverage. He still has one. He should be able to defend this one specifically, but he doesn't have the defenses to defend against the rest of this stuff. There goes that shotgun again. There's no more howitzers. No more anti-howitzer. Pure has literally no weapons. I mean, he's got a plasma beam and a sniper, which those aren't real weapons. I mean, not a plasma. He's got a fire beam and a sniper. Those aren't real weapons. Like, what? It's just over. The explosion from the plasma was enough to shred Zeb's foundation nodes. And it just collapsed. Oh man, this was shaping up to be another slugfest. And it gets cut short.
Well, I am happy that we'll probably see another match.
Yes. We're gonna it's only a 15-minute match this time. As here we have, I like what we're seeing from Tar. He's just going mortars. Just force the checkmate.
I mean, after a long series of battles of attrition, it does often come down to this.
A tiny mistake is all it took. Well, Pure has managed to get a plasma beam and can theoretically... Oh my god. That was a few degrees away from just like winning the game right there. If he had managed to door snipe that howitzer, which he almost did, by the way, there's a very, very, very good chance that Tar goes down in its entirety there. Just crunching the base. And then suddenly this game is even again. Even-ish.
Well, not really, because that Taichu has a lot of weapons and Pure doesn't have anything.
Yes. It still would leave Taichu at a pretty big advantage, but... we'd be back to a 30-minute game.
Yes.
With a nice drawn-out back and forth. But with Tar surviving that, or should I say Pure missing that shot by just a few degrees, Tar will be able to rain cannons upon him. And also mortars. And also raining mortars. Mortars are kind of an important part of this. They're not that important part, but they're easy to see and very effective. As Haze Orb, Tar, and Taichu wrap up the series between these three. 2-1. Well played. Oh, wow. Welcome to the Forts Pro League, everyone. And that's just the first matchup. Gosh. It crumbles. That's... Man. What a way to go. Alright, 2-1 Hazorb. They'll be moving on to the semifinals. Well, they will get to play against their opponents next week. But this week, we're going to decide who those opponents will be, as the next matchup, Row 1 and Heroism will be fighting for the next play. give us a few minutes while we set up the next round. If you guys want to grab a drink, grab a snack, now is your opportunity. Stand up stretch. We've had more than an hour of high octane activity and explosions. Oh Lord, I need to stand up and stretch after that one. Yeah, some sweet, delicious peach and honey tea. It's so good. All right. So in classic Forts fashion, we have some heavy German appearances. I've been looking forward to today for quite some time, and I hope you guys can see why. I'm reasonably certain, based on the way y'all have been hyping up in chat, that you guys understand why these matches are so good. They're amazing. Heroism versus row 1. Speaking of which, is Zaltzberg actually participating in this one, or is he subbed out today?
I am not sure. I am editing it right now.
Okay. Because I know he's been subbed a lot.
Yes, and I think he will still be sub.
Okay.
Okay, cool, perfect. Yes.
Yes, if you guys want to see these same matches set in the German tongue, make sure to check out, well, check out the channels on Twitch, where we have forts in multilingual forts. I see Zaltzwerk is currently the German caster, I believe, as also Baumständer?
I think Baumständer, yeah, probably.
I know Vlad is doing the French version, OG.
Yeah, OG is doing the French.
So we have 2 German casters, which you love to see. Very popular over there, for good reason. Looks like Overdrive and Architect are banned. Pretty popular bands. We're starting out on Boonies 2v2. Moving on to Up and Down. And should it come down to it, Caverns will be the finale between these 2 teams. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking to get started here in a minute. So if you haven't already, make sure to sit down and get locked in, because these players are readied up and we are good to go. We'll be starting here in a few seconds, jumping into the next round. Team Heroism versus Team Row 1. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Forts Pro League. We're kicking off. It's the second matchup here between, and it's Team Heroism versus Team Row. Where here we have on the left-hand side, it's Amia and Lewis playing as the Shock and Awe commander. Oh my. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red, it is Team Row, Clow and Derbensin. Team Row, Clow and Derbensin are playing as the Moonshine commander. I like the Moonshine commander. It's like the ultimate anti-cheese. He's still being meaningfully strong. The interesting choice to me is Shock and Awe from Team Heroism. Now, Shock and Awe has some consequences. The active ability for Shock and Awe shuts down your opponent's turbines. Like, there's no counterplay to it. You just press the button, the opponent loses turbines temporarily. This has the effect of dramatically reducing their energy income, and therefore reducing their ability to deal damage by virtue of preventing the opponents from having enough economy to fire their weapons. So just the existence of Shock and Awe on the field is enough to slow the pace of the game pretty substantially. And this isn't a mirror match, so Team Row is just going to be slower than Heroism in terms of damage output over the course of the game. You know, all of the things being equal. Now, of course, Row has Moonshine, a commander of its own powers. But Moonshine isn't like a super powerful commander. It's more of a... It's like half of its power is... to say in its de-cheesing capabilities. You know, it prevents energy shield spam, it prevents return to sender spam, it prevents a lot of hyper efficient defenses from the opponents, which is good, but it doesn't have the sheer firepower of something like Warthog. It doesn't have the economic power of something like Overdrive or Architect, which enables rampant spam of weaponry, which is in and of itself its own bit of power, you know. Why have superpower cannon when you can just have 3 cannon? You know, and solves the same kind of problems. Moonshine doesn't have that. Moonshine has EMP, which is, you know, nice. It just doesn't DPS as much. And in the last patch, Moonshine did get a buff to help with that. And got a little bit of DPS buff to, say, laser beams, for example, to help with that kind of problem. It just still doesn't have the same kind of firepower. So I'm curious to see how it works out here. We do have early EMP from Row and Buzzsaw. The Buzzsaw did actually open up Amiya's core, which proceeded to get sniped. No real threat there, just a little extra deep tickling. More psychological damage than real damage, despite there being a tangible impact. EMP. Token EMP doing EMP things. Buzzsaw from on high. Should not find any damage with that. EMP actually enough splash damage to take out a machine gunner. You'll love to see it. You hate to see it actually, but you'll love to see it. An AP sniper from Clow. Unsurprisingly for everyone involved, we are seeing heavy weapons usage. Or at least heavy weapons tech. One of the main benefits of Shock and Awe is it enables the hybrid style weapons, we're talking fire beams and 20 mils, to be up-tiered into their heavy weapon counterparts. So fire beams becomes plasmas and 20 mils becomes standard cannons. This is the biggest factor in Shakanam, and generally is the strategy wielded by those who select the commander. This is no exception here. On the other side, Rowe is going for a similar kind of spread to the previous matchup. We see howitzers and plasma beams. We're going late game. Saw that coming a mile away. With Klau's double howitzer at this close range, we could see Lewis getting ejected from this round very quickly, unless they set up a huge amount of defenses against this, which is possible, but unlikely. We do have, Lewis does have one shotgun. Lewis, the bottom left player here. One shotgun will help immensely against the howitzers, but barring additional shotgunnage, they have an issue. Oh, ho, 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 that was so close. Guys, you have... I need to explain this. I need to explain this carefully and slowly. Amiya tried something cheesy. You notice Amiya's fort here. Its fire beams are missing doors. The goal was simple. 3 fire beams. 1 fires at Klau's core. Then Heroism, or Amiya, hits the commander active ability. Up tiers those fire beams into plasmas, where the other 2 fire beams then plasma beam directly into Klau's core. This worked. This happened. Klau's core got hit. Mid-firing sequence, Durbensine recognized that they were firing, used his own plasma beam to hit Amiya's undoored weaponry, and destroyed the weapon in time to save Cloud here. That... It's already happening, guys. It's another wild round. It's happening again. Lewis managed to mostly defend the howitzers via shotgun crossfire. It's... Lord have mercy. Well, Durbensine's just picking away at his opponents. Oh, we need to pause. Only host can pause. Who can do it? If they fire, we may have to restart the match. I don't think he knows how to. He's not pausing.
Okay,
No.
finally paused.
Oof. That's rough. Okay. I don't want to say we should restart given the actions taken, rather the lack thereof. But That's rough. If Clow and Benzine request a restart, I think we should give it to them, but
Yeah, that's fair.
I think we don't need to at this point. We'll leave it up to them. Looks like we have a bit of technical difficulty. All right, let's go ahead and bring us up to the splash screen here and give him a moment. It looks like Clow's internet is gone, so we can have him rejoin mid-match and simply restart without too much of an issue. However, that requires a player to rejoin, which may be mechanically not plausible given the internet issue. So we'll give it a few minutes to see if he's able to come back in here, and then we will make the decision from that point. So for the time being, chat, how have you guys thought of this so far? What did you guys think of that absolute madness that started up this opening volley from Amia? Because that was beautiful. A question from chat: when starting a match, does each team know what the other commander team is playing? No. Commanders are not revealed at any points to the players.
There are some environment clues you can gather, but that's it.
Correct. You, as the player, have to inspect the enemy base and deduce what they are doing, deduce what their commanders are. For example, if you look at the right-hand side base, you may have noticed that there are a lot of energy shields about. But they're not normal energy shields, they are energy shield doors. Energy shield doors do not exist to any player unless you are the Moonshine Commander. So if you see something like energy shield doors on the opponent's base, then you know that they're the Moonshine Commander. This is repeated for every commander across the board. Something like fire beams being up-tiered into plasma beams, or shock and awe shutting down your turbines without your consent is an obvious tell that it is shock and awe. Use those examples because they are relevant to here. Looks like we're good to go, so we can swap back to the game cam and carry on as we jump back into the action. Clow's internet has returned, and with it, the game. Alright, it looks like they've not requested a restart, so we're just good to carry on as it is.
Yeah, it looks like they're happy with their situation.
Lands. Massive damage. Lewis doesn't lose all of his weaponry down there, but he is breached, and there's very little stopping further firepower. We see a plasma from Benzine slicing deep. Doesn't get any real damage done with the plasma, but it was close. More importantly, Lewis's entire armor component is missing and is being reconstructed. So if Clow is able to land another volley like that, we're going to see some incredible damage dealt. Clow, however, doesn't really have the energy to fire it rapidly. Oh, it's so close. Shotgun follow-up for the mines. Oh, but door snipes. Is that door snipe? That wasn't a door snipe. That was just a hole in the defenses. Look at that. Tiny little gap. Managed to go through here, fit underneath the plasma beam above the mines and take out these turbines. That happened. Another heavy hit. He's trying so hard to snipe that shotgun. And doesn't get the shotgun, but the howitzers are coming off cooldown. Oh, he's building a new howitzer. He's not going to be able to fire the current ones. Ooh. Triple plasma. That's fire beams up-tiered to plasmas during the shotgun active. Just burns clean through Cloud's defenses and annihilates 2 howitzers. That's painful. So Clow is able to... Uh-oh. He's vulnerable. The howitzer gets splashed, and it's gone! Clow loses the entire weapons platform. And every howitzer, he keeps the mines. So that's, you know, a silver lining, a saving grace. A little positive in what is an otherwise extremely unfortunate event for Clow. But it's beautiful. Look, and now we even have a Magna Beam out of Heroism. Emiya for the top fort. Oh dear. Not quite landing the door snipes, but Derbensine is certainly trying for them. His door snipe meta. Lots of buzzsaws splashing all over the place. Doing damage to everyone. Clow is penetrated. Secondary explosions. And another follow-up shot lances through, taking out mines and batteries alike. Clow is down to 17% of all indirect and secondary explosion damage. His foundations remain intact, so he's able to stand up, mostly upright. But he's lost hefty chunks of his eco, and, well, pretty much everything else inside his fort. He lost his tech in that too, right? Yeah, he lost his heavy weapons tech. So Clow is... He still has his tier 1 tech at his upgrade center, so he can still defend himself with what little eco he has left. He's not going to be getting offensive firepower here for a couple minutes. As it's just door snipe battle after... It's just a war of door snipes, what it is. Emiya taking the short end of that stick, losing a weapon in the process. Yeah, Derbensine is just like a wall of plasma beams waiting to door snipe things at every opportunity. And there it goes again. A couple more weapons lost. Emiya loses their even more fire beams, but fire beams are cheap. They build relatively fast. They're not super expensive. So he's just rebuilding the fire beams whenever they get taken out. And of course, during the commander active, they get plasma level damage because that's how that works. So
He also has a Magna Beam.
He does have a Magna Beam, which I assume was planned for a synergistic firing with Lewis. Oh. So many energy shields under Bensine's fort. Gear. Oh, that's a good shot. Clow uses his shotgun to take down the howitzer. Keeps him in this game. Uh-oh. Derbensine just lost a critical energy shield. If there's a follow-up shot here, he could be in serious danger. Like, Derbensine is not safe from cannons and laser follow-up. Cloud taking a heavy hit here. Oh lord. Cloud. He's being dismembered, shot by shot. And another door snipe. You know, through all of this, all of these door snipes that Emiya has just tanked is really not making a lot of Derbensine is really not making a lot of progress there for it. Like, it's just not dealing the damage. It's because the fire beams are so cheap compared to plasmas. It's just really not breaking things. Of course, the benzene's been largely uncontested during this. So he's just kind of expanding. I say largely, it's just mostly uncontested. He's not entirely alone. Left alone, I should say. So, how do I expect this to end? I either expect a critical door snipe to happen on any side, really. Derbenzine's vulnerable to some game-ending level door snipes. Amiya is really not, by virtue of not having any plasmas. It's just fire beams, which don't have the same kind of explosive death rattle. Lewis is vulnerable to it. Very, very vulnerable to it. The thing is, Lewis's direct opponent, Cloud, doesn't have weaponry which can commit door snipe, so... Oh, Lord. I'm not expecting Lewis to get door sniped here, but Derbenzine's got plenty of weapons, and he could do it. Derbenzine has the premium door snipe weapons to go with it as well. You know, all the lasers and such. Cloud doesn't have any weapons to door snipe. He's still working on his tech to try to get to that point once again. Another commander active ability for heroism. We're about to see some cannon fire and plasmas. Derbenzine is also, incidentally, vulnerable to just direct fire from everything. And I do mean everything. Like, it has to be everything. It has to be cannons to break through the energy shields and then lasers to slice through afterwards. Which has almost happened a few times to Derbenzine, but thus far has remained standing. Yeah, Amiya just doesn't care about losing these fire beams. I mean, obviously they're not the cheapest things in the world, but they're also not so expensive as to be a serious issue if one goes down every now and again. Uh-oh. Clow is developing another howitzer. Another fire beam goes down. I will say this. Amiya has lost a lot of fire beams. There's a whole lot of stagnation happening. Lewis hasn't significantly expanded his base recently. Amiya hasn't significantly expanded his base recently. Clow is getting pummeled too hard to meaningfully expand his base. And Derbenzine's just kind of getting trimmed down to size in a similar fashion as well. That howitzer hitting Clow is a big deal, as that breaks open the front of his defenses. Oh, and a door snipe. Lewis loses one of the cannons he was relying on to punish Clow here. And so Clow will remain unpunished after taking a howitzer hit. But now Clow has a howitzer of his own, which I think is unlikely to make it across the board and, you know, hit Lewis, but even if it does, Lewis is sufficiently well defended so as to not take real damage here. But if it does make it across, let's say Lewis is not expecting it and doesn't react in time, it would open him up to follow-up shots from someone like Drew Benson. Oh, he just goes straight to Emiya. Emiya's in a similar situation though, but there's really no follow-up that you could do there. Yeah, all those plasma shots. I think that was the goal. They hit Emiya, open Emiya up, and then just a quad plasma Emiya's front. But the plasmas didn't properly focus fire into the weak spot, which was created by the howitzer. And for it, means that Emiya is going to remain intact. There's just so many plasmas ricocheting left to right, center. It's just, look at them all. Reflecting, hitting all kinds of locations.
It is scary though, because you can imagine under this much stress, and you're trying to count beams and figure out exactly how many beams you need to protect in front of each of them.
Oh my god, yes. This is... We've got another long one here, boys. Another 30-minute slugfest of absolute chaos. It is still strange. It never ceases being strange to me seeing a cannon round come out of a 20mm cannon. I'm wondering, how does Der Benzin expand here? Like, if you're Der Benzin, how do you ramp up your firepower? Cloud's down to 1%. Oh my god, it's so close. Oh, it's so close, but Lewis just lost chunks of his weapons for it. Alright, Clow has to fundamentally change things here. He needs to have like a return to sender in front of that. He cannot take splash damage, even a little bit. Because he just doesn't have the HP to do it. It needs to be energy shields in front, it needs to be forward defense. Cloud no longer has the luxury of armoring his fort. He has to build... Oh yeah, it's like a... This is what checkmate looks like. Clow has to build such thick defenses in front of his base that if it loses this low... Not like this. Of all the ways to go.
In front, you say?
Oh no. Okay. A reflection from behind his teammate's energy shield is enough to be the death of him. Oh no. Okay. Well, that leaves Team Row at a significant disadvantage. Lacking cannon weaponry, there's no longer anything preventing Heroism from spamming out energy shields. And then just being immune to their opponent's damage. Now, it is worth noting that Der Benzin has developed heavy weapons tech and is about to complete a howitzer of his own. Howitzer is a bold choice, I think, but it is nevertheless complete. And with it, it's able to pen through, break all kinds of things. It's not enough to... You know, it did a lot of damage. It did a lot of damage and opened up the defenses for Durbenseed's plasmas to deal even more damage. Lewis took it like a champ, lost a lot of things, massive deformation, all the way down to losing a mine, but intact he remains and still with incredible firepower in his arsenal. The biggest issue Durbenseed's facing right now is that there exists a rocket launcher on the board for Lewis, which means Durbenseed's energy shields are not long for this world. And once those energy shields break, Amiya's massive line of weaponry will go away. Oh, it just pens the... oh dear. Oh, it's bad. So many things happening all at once. Durbenseed volley fired his plasmas at Lewis, breaking the howitzer and a 20 mil, so Lewis loses most of his weaponry. But while that was happening, Amiya door snipes 2 plasmas. So Durbenseed takes massive damage in the process. That's not good for Durbenseed.
Durbenseed's kind of struggled with not just energy but storage to be able to fire all those lasers.
Yes. I mean, when you have like 6 plasmas, I mean, you need battleships levels of storage there in order to work. But yeah, the energy issue is not a surprise to me. Team Heroism has been constantly using their Commander Active ability. And with the constant Commander Active, well, the energy production is just cut in half, if not more.
Yeah, it
Oh,
depends on the
2
number of turbines.
plasmas?
Oh, that's crazy.
2 plasmas with 1 door snipe. You hate to see it. You love to see it. Amiya managed to get massive damage done with that. But yeah, with as I was saying, with the turbines being constantly shut down, the energy weapons, they're especially hungry energy weapons, just struggle. It's part of the reason why you need so much storage. You can't just regenerate you can't regenerate energy while firing his weapon. He has to rely on banking up all of the volley worth of energy in a single instant. Just a little bit more. He doesn't have, despite the size of his base, he doesn't have enough room to keep fitting more things. Well, Durbenseed has managed to reclaim Cloud's 1 space. He's gotten some metal and energy out of it, as well as placed a howitzer in that position. Heroism is attempting to disconnect his now expansion. We'll see if he manages to get a howitzer round out. If he managed to get this howitzer round out, he really doesn't have a follow-up anymore. He's down to 1 plasma, I believe. He's building his 2nd one right now, but 1 plasma does not count as follow-up damage when the bases are this thick. It also doesn't help that Heroism has plenty of anti-howitzer shotguns now. Yeah, they tried to door snipe that, and did so with enough firepower to wipe out multiple mines, turbines, and defenses around the howitzer, despite not hitting the howitzer itself. Oh!
Ooh. Wow.
Armor penetrated, weak spot found. Amiya almost gets eliminated there. Foundation nodes directly exposed and attacked. Amiya's building a energy shield to prevent that again. Oh, no doors. But it doesn't matter, because they can't hit it. Alright, now they hit it. Good job. You did it. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Derbenseed's cannon's gonna burn down because you can't connect to it. Oh, that's a painful way to go. Oh, that's such a painful way to lose everything.
The
Oh, that's
smoke is
such-
really good.
That's so... So the smoke prevents reconstruction, which means Derbensine physically cannot reach these external platforms to reclaim and rebuild them for so long as that smoke exists. And, you know, the smoke isn't permanent, but it's enough to delay. Especially when, you know, you're gonna slam the guy with this kind of firepower afterwards. Derbensine looked like he may have come back here fighting a 1v2, but things are falling apart now real quick. Derbensine trying for another door snipe opportunity. Oh, doesn't get a door snipe, but does get an exposed weapon. Honestly, the entirety of Lewis's base is just exposed weaponry. You can just fire anywhere and hit something. Hit with the laser, but doesn't... And there it is. Heroism wins round 1 in this best of 3.
So the slugfests continue.
So it would seem. Hey, if
It was
I'm not
only 33
complaining.
minutes.
Only 33 minutes. Hey, you know, both the other matches, slug matches, have been about that same time as well.
Well, the
Thank
second
God.
match was 36 minutes.
Yes, 36 minutes. Yeah, so that's... you know what? I am not complaining even a little bit. This has been amazing. This is what it's all about. All right, ladies and gentlemen. God, look at that shot. Just so much damage. Just penetrating deep. There are so many ridiculous shots made over the course of this round. The reflect shot from behind, dude. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that at all. The howitzer, or the cannon round, finishing it for the finale. That was so very well played by everyone. Alrighty then. Give us a moment while we set up the next round in this best of 3. Next round will be on Up and Down 2v2. Very popular map. For good reason. Make sure to stand up, stretch. If you want to grab a snack or refresh on your drink, now is your opportunity. I'm curious to see how they're going to choose strategies this time. These players are not incapable of doing cheesy tactics, though obviously the drawn-out slugfests are the trend, the meta, as it were.
Well, I think it feels safer, especially when you know that cheese can turn very quickly.
Yes. Yes. You know, we haven't seen a lot of cheese tactics in the Forts Pro League. Like, they happen every now and again. But they aren't popular, as it were.
It's more the cheeky AP sniper or early EMP or buzzsaw.
Yes. Not really cheese.
I am a little disappointed, though, that there hasn't been more turbine harassment.
I don't know. We had, 2 rounds ago, we had one buzzsaw wipe out 6 turbines.
Well, that's not the same as plinking away with a sniper, though. I mean, that was legitimate damage.
That's true. What is it in the last? I think it was the last video where they just sat there on snipers for like a whole 4 minutes, just plinking away. I was like, this is getting real damage done. Normally it doesn't. Normally it's more emotional than real, but this is actually real damage territory.
They got like what, 2 turbines? I guess if you have the extra APM and there's not much else going on.
Yes. And that, of course, doesn't count the repair bill from repairing them, which isn't much, but over the course of multiple minutes does add up. It is a notable percent.
42 actually includes that in his spreadsheet. Let me check.
I can check myself if you want, but yeah, sure. What is the question? What do you want to know?
The amount of emotional damage each sniper shot does to... I'm sorry, not emotional, metal damage that a sniper does to the turbine.
That's 15. That's 15 damage, and the turbine is like white HP heavy, maybe like 150 or something. So it takes like 10 shots to destroy a turbine. Let me check. Turbine is... No, it's 105, so that's like 7 shots. Destroy a turbine. But obviously, they are repairing at the same time. Alright, let's go.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're off to round 2 in this best of 3. Where here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Row playing as the Armadillo commander. They're facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side. In the red, it is Heroism playing as the Hurricane commander. Oh dear, oh my. What were we talking about? Turbine sniping? It begins.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Thank you. So yeah, about 5.5 metal every shot, and for a mine, if you can plink them, 18.
Yeah, mines are super expensive to repair.
Yeah, you do not want to let your mines get plinked away even a little bit.
And shooting a sniper only costs 30 energy.
Yeah. It costs 0 metal. So you can just sit
Yeah.
there and plink away. And yeah,
Really
with
good
those
trade.
with those kind of values for the turbines, it really is just emotional damage more than anything else. But as we were saying, if you can plink away for multiple minutes at a time, it does eventually add up. I forget what the numbers are for plinking away at metal specifically. It's not as destructive as it is against turbines, if I recall, like metal-wise. But I do recall making a video where I did nothing but that. Just plinking away at metal with snipers. And ended up winning like many times in a 1v1 because I had so many snipers plinking away at metal that it just broke the opponent's ego.
Basically 3.75 metal per shot.
Okay. Yeah, it's not
So
much.
A bit less than a turbine, but still.
Yeah. At these basic eco levels where you're getting, you know, plus 20 metal per second, or you're like plus 25 metal per second.
Oh no,
That's
maybe
what...
that's for a door actually. A door is much more expensive to repair than metal. Metal is
That's not
much less.
that much more than a door. I mean, it's
I mean,
more.
the building cost is not much more, but the repair cost is much more. I don't know why.
Okay. Okay. But like, wow, overpenned by a sniper. You don't see that every day.
I think it's the double repair rate on doors that does it.
Right. Yes, you're right.
That doesn't really change the overall cost. Ooh, neat. AP sniper, door snipe. Love to see it. Well done. What is it? Because the so at 25, so at like 3 metal per sniper shot at 25, you would need, what is that?
Yeah.
3.5. So you would need like 8 sniper shots per second in order to drain someone via sniper. But we're not going to see that kind of cheese here because we're getting a rocket rush. Amiya's going for double rockets. And they're going to open up right now. Now, it is worth noting that Clow has an AP sniper ready to punish this. And is attempting to do so. He gets one of them. He's still in a sniper duel, but Derbensine's vulnerable to this. His core's already down to 56% as that hits really, really, really hard.
Oh, he has a tiny sort of wood to... Okay, that's smart.
Oof. More core damage, but the rocket is removed, and Amiya's rocket rush has been shut down. Now, this wasn't an all-in. Amiya is already teched up to laser weaponry, and Lewis, Red Team's teammate up here, has not participated at all in the early game aggression. Has gone straight to howitzers.
Lewis has sent me a DM saying that this match will not last 30 minutes.
I mean, you say that now, but Armadillo exists, and Armadillo's whole gimmick is surviving exactly what heroism is doing right now. They already have their upgraded mines, and they already have their heavy weapons tech placed, so they don't even have to worry about that expenditure. So they can just kind of tank and defend. And if they manage to defend these shots, which they got a good chance of doing, then this might go long, whether heroism wants it or not. Team Row is definitely gonna need snipers to deal with that stuff, though. Like, they cannot let that fog exist the way it is.
Alright, Vicro has just sent me a suggestion to add an emotional cost per sniper shot on my spreadsheet.
Emotional damage. That would be hilarious.
I'd probably just do the metal cost per 1 sniper shot.
Yes.
I think that is an interesting statistic, so...
Metal lost his turbine sniper. Metal lost a tickling. Alright, Derbensine has a shotgun active. Right, Armadillo also gets the super range repair station.
Yes.
Which means that fog is not going to make it. Oh, did he block the turbine with the sandbag? Oh no. Derbensine just face tanks both of those howitzer rounds. Yeah, hate to see it. Derbensine has sold off that sandbag. That shotgun should have an angle on howitzer rounds as first heavy weapon has been fired by Clow. He almost gets both howitzers with that. You can do it. So now the question is, can Heroism do enough damage to break Team Row here? The early rockets, I don't think they were worth it, honestly. Like, yeah, they did damage, and their Benzine still hasn't placed a heavy weapon, but Amiya is only just now placing his first plasma. And Benzine is saving up for his weapon. So I'm not convinced it was worth it. I think it's technically worth it in that it was a net positive income, like statistically, but I'm not convinced it was meaningful damage dealt despite it all. The howitzers from Lewis now retargeting to Clow. Clow gets hit with them and loses a lot of anti-air and armor, but there's no penetrative follow-up, so Clow will be able to reconstruct without any serious consequences. I hear doors opening. They're Benzine! Oh. Amiya takes a hit, losing a fire beam. Okay. I want to see how Clow expands his firepower. He only has 2 plasmas. And 2 plasmas are a good start. But he needs to ramp up the firepower if he wants to start taking out enemy players. He's building a new weapons platform now, which I assume is going to be for another... That's a fire beam. Okay. Or the fire beam solution. Fire beam is a good damage multiplier to plasmas if you can coalesce the beams. Dr. Benzine's fort is blinking. Bit of compression there, and stretching actually. Compression next to stretching, which is not something you see all the time. One of those blinky stretches compressed, the other one's stretched. Lewis building another platform on top. Is that for it? Looks like a turbine platform. Yeah, Cloud just doesn't have enough firepower to break through Amiya's basic armor. And your Benzine's still heavy on the defensive side of things. Lewis has bitten the bullet and fully upgraded all of his mines. I think they've come to the conclusion that this will in fact be a 30-minute game. They failed to hit their timing. Yeah, despite... That was beautifully aimed shots. Amiya's armor not quite sufficient to defend against that kind of beam crossing. But it's still not enough firepower from Cloud in order to actually break through Amiya.
Oh, if their Benzine had a buzzsaw right now.
If only, if only. But he gets it. Clow actually breaks through Yamiya's armor and takes out a plasma. Secondary explosion. Amia goes down to 53% on their core. Yeah, Debensi doesn't even have a tech for it. Ah, so Clow is going with the portal missile strat. So we're not going to see a plethora of plasmas. Instead, it's going to be nukes out of Clow. As Lewis has just kind of fallen apart here. Quite literally losing the top chunk of his fort. Oh boy. Amia is actually... What's going on? Why is Amia failing to rebuild this? He still has money, though he's taken a lot of hits. It's only 2 plasmas. And yet Amia is down to emergency sandbag defenses on his last turbine, or on his last plasma. Oh, is it lethal? Yes. Yes, it is. Double fire beam plasma beam goes directly to Amia's core. Incredibly well aimed. Just snipes out the core, dealing almost no damage to the rest of the fort. Just a hole where the core once was. Lewis is the last player standing, but he still has access to the entirety of Amia's once base, including all of its economy and such. So Lewis, technically at a disadvantage, but only because Amia lost all of his weapons before losing his core. And also because keeping up the APM with this large of a base is kind of mechanically difficult. But Clow continues blasting Amia's derelict base. Derelict base? Vestigial base? I'm gonna go with vestigial base. Takes out the final remaining plasma, leaving Lewis with no weapons in his lower expansion. So Lewis is down to 2 howitzers and he's selling one of them. It's replacing the howitzer with armor across most of his fort. Okay. So Lewis still has a lot of economy. He's able to tank hits, but he's thus far been unable to meaningfully retaliate. And this has allowed their opponents, Team Row, to expand kind of however they want, which at this point includes triple nuke and additional cannons. So many buzzsaws. We were talking buzzsaws earlier. Cloud's got 3 of them now, and that's gonna help. And away goes all of once Amia's turbines, leaving Lewis with a lot less eco than he wants. He's down to 142 energy per second, which is not a lot of energy per second. Double nuke, impact, massive damage. Not enough energy. We must construct additional turbines. I no longer see a path to victory here for Lewis. The closest option I could see is door sniping Derbensine's lowest cannon, potentially causing a cannon drop, which may cascade into the whole base collapsing.
I don't even think that the bottom cannon will deal enough structural damage to really do anything. I
agree, but it might.
It is the only shot, yes.
It is the only shot I can see. Is everything else either won't or can't. And he got limited time to make that shot because the nukes are coming. And honestly, Derbenzin doesn't even have to open up the door to make that a possibility. So if Derbenzin never fires that cannon specifically, there's a chance that Lewis just never has an opportunity to do anything for the rest of this game. But if he does open the door, and Lewis door snipes it, he did. He didn't. Well, here it goes. Destruction. I believe they found Lewis's cannon, which missed. It missed. Okay. Lewis is down to no weapons remaining. Still has his eco and his tech, but nothing stopping the incoming firepower, and there is a lot of incoming firepower. Foundation nodes breaking. These nukes might be the end of it right here. Oh, they don't hit the foundation.
End of the terrain.
If they had gotten just a little closer, foundation nodes get vaporized and Lewis comes crumbling down. But it looks like that's it. He knows it's over. He throws out the GG. Lets it happen. And round 2 goes to Team Row. Even in the scores. And bringing us to the third match in this best of 3.
Does that qualify as a swift match?
What were you saying? It's not a 30-minute match, eh?
It was only 19 minutes, okay?
Felt like 30 minutes, alright? That was good. That was good. That was very good. Alright, give us a moment while we set up for the next round as we go into the third match, the decider, in this best of 3. Got such beautiful shots here. I will say this. Shout out to Hopster here. Those are the best replays we have had across the entire FPL so far.
I mean, he knows the game.
Yes. Like, as really good. Very, very well done. All right. The decider between these two teams will be on Caverns 2v2. The players are ready. The match is made. So we are ready to jump into the action. I hope you guys are excited for this one because we're going into it here in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, We're off to round 3 in this best of 3. But here we have on the left-hand side, it's Team Heroism, playing as the Warthog Commander. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red, it is Team Row, playing as the Seep Commander. Seep Commander is one that we've not seen. It's at least not seen today. Focuses entirely on rockets and missiles as its choice of weaponry. Curious to see how this is going to play out. So this map with its hanging fort has the option to do portal nukes. So I have seen on this map and similar maps like this, especially in the 2v2 setting, where instead of going for a missile rush, they go for a kind of really slow late game missile spam where they don't even bother firing their missiles to like the 10-minute mark. I'm curious to see which iteration of missiles is it going to go for. Given that Durbensine is not participating in the missile play this time around, you can tell based on his build order, I'm going to assume that it's going to be the later game missiles. Which means Cloud will be building 4 missile silos. I say this every time that they should do 3 missile silos, not 4, but they do 4 every time and then never fire the 4th one. But they're going to build 4 missile silos, and that's just how they're going to do that after getting all of the economy, and that's just how that's going to work. We're going to see missiles at the 10-minute mark, and it's going to be a lot of damage. That does mean that Heroism will have time to do whatever they want. And whatever they want, given that they're Warthog, is almost certainly going to be about 7 minutes worth of build-up, and then just a volley fire of cannons. Maybe cannons plus lasers. It's probably cannons plus lasers. Yeah, everyone's getting eco first, not a surprise. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of upgrades. My biggest question now becomes Durbensine. What flavor of support is he going for? Is he going for just mass fire beams? Is he going for actual damage? Like, is he just doing fire beam, plasma beam, just going to try to pressure the opponents into reacting to lasers and then surprise missiles? Or is it going to be, oh my god, Durbensine's getting AP sniped by Emiya. I love to see it. Oh, you just missed. It's okay. Durbensine's core down to 70%. Doesn't even require more than a basic layer of wood in order to prevent that, so no significant damage. I will have to mention in the
spreadsheet that core damage is very high emotional damage by sniper.
Yes. Core damage by sniper is it counts as a multiplier to the emotional damage dealt for that shot.
Exactly.
It's not as bad as when flak from your teammate.
Oh my god.
It's not as bad as a shotgun straight through your own core.
Yeah. We don't talk about that. But the plan is revealed with the early, I'm going to say relatively early, swarm missiles from the upper fort here in Cloud. This means that Heroism knows what they're dealing with here. They know it's going to be just a hard focus on portal missiles. Typically, on a map like this, portal missiles are a super late game option. You know, everyone can build portal missiles. You know, it's not something that is only accessible to the Seep Commander. But if you're doing that strat, it guarantees it. Like, you don't really want to be going for that unless you have nothing else to do, because it's just so big and slow and expensive. You would typically do something like standard cannons or lasers first, and then eventually tech up to the quad missiles portaled out from behind. But it's Seep, and if you can get them out early, they are super threatening because they're so much faster, and they have extra defenses because nukes are also cluster missiles. So it just kind of works out better and becomes the main strat, and is something that is uniquely done, technically doable with anyone, but uniquely done with Seep. So it's kind of a dead giveaway that that row is Seep here, so Heroism knows what to expect. They know that they don't have to immediately react with anti-air, but anti-air will be required in copious amounts. You'll notice here that no one for Team Heroism is building out anti-air, but it will be present sooner or later. I'm actually curious, are they building? Lewis has an armory. Amia does not. I wouldn't be surprised to see like Amia start developing an armory just to get flak to help defend against this. It does look like Clow is setting up the portals right now. I would expect Clow not to attempt to fire them, but it is not impossible for him to do so. As Derbensine is... Well, he's not going mass firebeam. In fact, I don't see a firebeam at all on his fort. I was expecting a firebeam placed by now, but it's just shotguns instead. So it's shotguns and plasma. There's the firebeam. Okay. The shotguns I like to see because they're great at shredding anti-air. Also conveniently practically required against howitzers, which are also decently popular on this map. Amia going up to 3 plasmas, has 2 active right now, which means Clow could take a hit. But Clow doesn't really care about taking a hit. Like, he doesn't have things here to damage. There is actually a moment here where Clow's weapons and eco cave, nook, cranny is vulnerable to laser fire. I don't know that Amia recognizes that. He might. If he does, Clow could be in actual trouble here. Typically, the strength of this strategy is it's practically impenetrable because it doesn't have exposed weapons. Ever. It's just nothing but armor. Nothing but armor. It's just thick, dense layers of armor and nothing else. So, breaking it is practically impossible. Oh. He's aiming for it. He doesn't quite nail it. Clow has to react with an energy shield there. I don't think there's an appropriate solution outside of that. As it's launched, it will hurt a lot. There is not nearly enough anti-air on the board. And by not
there is
enough, I mean none at all. Clow actually does manage to fire all 4 of them at 8 minutes, which is a little bit faster than most. Usually I don't see that until like 9.5, 10 minutes. Lewis did have some anti-air in production and will be available for the next volley of missiles. He is chain firing to prevent laser fire, shutting it down. And yeah, Emily is just tanking those hits to the face and is suffering for it. It's just a lot of damage. It is a whole lot of damage. I would say Cloud's actually doing a good job of sustaining this. Typically, players struggle to sustain that many. Look, it's beautiful. Look, it's chain fired. Every time, I say this every time, you chain fire, it works out so much better. Look at that. The man chain fires. Yeah, you have no idea. The amount of times we've done tournaments,
I heard you say
it's every time. It's every time. I call it every time. I was like, oh look, he didn't chain fire. Watch what happens to his bait. It just gets lasered and he loses both nukes and half the bottom of his fort. It's every time. And then they chain fire and it works. It's amazing.
This is what a man who's been hurt by teammates on battleship sounds like.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what it sounds like. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Shoutouts to Benzin looking more and more like the team logo they have.
It's funny because it's true. I wonder if that is just one of his bases that he just...
No, it's actually Nils, but the critical difference is that this photo is taken right as Nils is collapsing. And
that explains why there's so much green on the bottom of it, okay. Wait, I think I remember that match. That's taken from the FPL match.
It is a few frames before Nils collapses.
Yeah, okay, I remember that match.
And it's in the finals as well.
Yep, alright.
The Season 5 finals.
Yes. That was just last year, wasn't it? Yes, it was.
Exactly.
Clow was like barely able to sustain these rockets. These missile launches. And so many of them are landing, and they're suppressing the anti-air. Well, that last volley destroyed so much of Emiya's anti-air. Lewis is down to like 2 flak, getting a 3rd online. Oh, Amiya no longer has metal on their fort. It's just economy-based defense. It's just like the cheap stuff. Oh, but the nukes went south. Lewis gets slammed. And they're spreading the nuclear fire around. Who's building return? You, sir, Derbenzin, are building a return to sender. You know what they're going to. Okay. And a little bit of back and forth. Yeah, this really comes down to whether Clow's missiles manage to land or not. And that's a function mostly of how much anti-air is available to Team Heroism. And so that's kind of the strength of having one player go for fire beams and such. Fire beams and shotguns just shut down the anti-air options for the opposing team and then let the missiles fly across. If Clow is able to massively expand his turbine bulb, then he will be able to upgrade his swarms into nukes. And while this would normally not be a good thing, the fact that they are seep with nukes which break into swarms...
Exposed? Battery defense? Or store defense, I can see. Store defense.
It's like a turbine, but made out of metal. Because the nukes, when you are seep, will break into swarm missiles, you can just kind of do nothing but nukes, which increases the potential damage while still maintaining substantial survivability for the whole cluster.
Looks like Amiya also has a nuke of his own.
He does, but isn't close to being able to actually fire it, because he has to build a portal and an exit portal, and he has to be able to afford these things, and a sniper, which is just...
Oh wow, 36%.
None of those things have been permitted to happen. But yes, Derbenzin takes another hit, down to 36%. Derbenzin's struggling here. As much as we're talking about all this massive damage being tossed up by Cloud, Derbenzin is actually struggling here. Because I believe like Team Heroism has recognized that Cloud doesn't have any meaningful weaknesses. They're just focusing on blasting Derbenzin. And Derbenzin is, you know, he's doing a good job of tanking, but Team Tank is hard role to play when you have multiple FPL grade players punching you with every flavor of weapon. And Amiya is Amiya's defending, but that is not what you want your base to look like if you're Amiya. Like, your defenses are just a hair's breadth away from getting breached every time. I'm going to get so far as to say Amiya's defenses have been breached every time, but no actual damage has been dealt beyond just armor and structure.
Ooh,
All right,
vertical failure.
Yeah, nukes go drunk and just whiff of their own volition. Emiya has successfully constructed a portal and a sniper and activated it, and we're going to see Emiya launch a nuke here. Surely there's enough shotguns. Okay.
Don't
No
even
big
need
deal.
any shotguns.
Yeah. No damage dealt. There's just so much anti-air on the board now for Team Heroism. These nukes are not getting through. Team Hero needs to reclaim map control. Heroism is fighting too well for control of the space between. Oh my god. The flak, it hits. It does damage to Emiya's core. Oh, return to sender pays off.
What was that? Wow.
Lewis loses a cannon.
He double sniped his own cannon using the return to sender?
Yes, he did.
Oh, wow.
Not that there was much in the way of doors in front of it.
Yeah. He portal sniped.
Yes. The plasma beams for Emiya are just, at this point, near dedicated anti-missile defense. And it's working very well. Clow is expanding his turbine extrusion. His turbine block. And with those upgrades coming through, he may have the ability to support quad nuke. Almost certainly triple nuke. Certainly triple nuke. He actually needs more storages in order to fire them. But triple nuke would substantially increase his firepower. I think it'd be probably more efficient for him to not expand the missiles as much as the missiles are like the DPS of the team. But if he manages to get 2 plasma, or just a door snipe, because Emiya is surviving basically exclusively off the back of that pair of plasma beams up here, but losing even one of them means that the missiles are about to start landing more consistently, and that's gonna be pretty darned rough for Emiya to deal with. 'Cause look, the one plasma isn't enough. They make it, and now it punches through again, and Emiya's overpenned. Okay. Nuke goes drunk, misses the fort. God, it's so close to penning. Ooh, internal damage.
Down.
Both battery and plasma go with it, and takes out a little more of Emiya's core, knocking them down to 81%. As Derbenzine is still just getting slapped by howitzers and cannons, just constantly. And yeah, those nukes, without the plasmas there to defend, the nukes are making it across.
Yeah, he has nothing left to defend with.
And there it goes.
Insane.
Emiya falls. Lewis is the last one standing, and Lewis does have a lot of anti-air. And it may... Oh! That cannon almost took out Derbenzine there. Yeah, the nukes are making it. As Lewis takes a pretty hefty hit here, it needs to develop even more anti-air. Lewis's just whole base is on fire. It's burning down. And here it comes. More damage. Follow-up shots. Just lancing through complete overpen, taking out everything along the way. Lewis has no more energy production. Not much in the way of a base left standing. It comes crumbling down. Ladies and gentlemen, Lewis has only what is available in his currently loaded weapons, which is not much. And he goes down. The final round, the decider goes to Team Row. Clow and Derbensi win this best of 3 and will be moving on to the semifinals. Now that's a good round. Only 20 minutes.
Yes, only.
As we all sit mesmerized by the highlights.
Yes, actually. God, that shot was so close. If that cannon round for that return to center had been just a little bit lower, Derbensi gets penned there and just explodes. Good lord. Alright, next match will be Bombombini and Gold, Gold, Gold. I believe we have a brief break here. So make sure to stand up, stretch, get your drinks, as we'll be going on to a 5-minute break, and we'll be returning to the next match. I'll see you guys on the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Forts Pro League Season 6 quarterfinals, where next up we'll be seeing Team Bombini Gusini facing off against Team Gold. I hope you guys have managed to enjoy your breaks, stand up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, because things are about to get exciting here. We still have another minute or two before we get into the action. So let's go ahead and check out what we have for commander bans and picks for this upcoming match. You have the Bomber Goose. I remember we had a video. Is it the last video we put out with the Bombugini Gusini? That was a good one. But this upcoming match, both Armadillo and Pinchfist are banned. It means no super greedy mega rushes, nor the Armadillo tanking. Be starting out on up and down, and moving on to vanilla large. It's vanilla 2v2. And if it comes down to it, the final match will be on Boonies 2v2. Alrighty then. I'm looking forward to this one. With Armadillo ban, so Armadillo, we mentioned it earlier, doesn't have an incredibly high win rate, certainly less so than most of the others. However, it is the second most picked commander. So there are certainly shenanigans afoot when it comes to Armadillo, and it's quite popular for many reasons. I'm curious to see how it plays out. Because without the Armadillo commander as an option, we're going to get some extra variety, as it were.
With all the door snipes, I mean, it's hard to turn down fast doors.
It really is hard to turn down fast doors. Like, the fast doors are just so good. It makes me think that with Armadillo and Pinchfist banned, we're going to see Overdrive, we're going to see Spook, and then, well, there's always the dark horses like Shock and Awe, which has worked wonderfully so far, and things like random Eagle Eye or Phantom. Though Phantom, I don't think I've seen a proper Phantom play.
Not yet. Not even in the FPLs. Only in the main stage, I mean. Like,
yeah.
It really hasn't
the open
been
season
played so much.
I think my dark horse pick would be Scattershot for this.
Scattershot's always fun. Okay. All right then. The players are readying up. The match is made. We'll be jumping into the action shortly here. So focus up. It is time to go. I don't really have a prediction for how this one is going to go. I've seen all of these players play, and they're all good.
Over under in 20 minutes?
I'm going to go under 20 minutes. These players tend to be a bit more aggressive. I think it's a good word for it. I'm not expecting super tank play. In terms of outcome, I'm truly not sure. As we're off to round 1 in this best of 3 between Gold, and Bombini Gusini. Team Gold here on the left-hand side is playing as the Overdrive Commander, so we get to see some extra upgrades in economy. Whereas on the right-hand side, it's Bombini Gusini playing as the Spook Commander. These are the 2 commanders I predicted. Nailed that one. But how long? So both of these commanders tend to go late game. Both can play early game. They're both generalist commanders, so they work well in any situation. But the meta is to go late, so we expect late game player with heavy weapons from both of these, at least in the default situation. Golds with the upgrade center can just kind of do whatever they want. Be it early game aggression, sniper cheese, like AP sniper cheese at the beginning is always, fun. I don't think we're going to see that here. Whereas Bombini Gusini. Spook is... Nils has the perfect sniper door. Look at this. It's got a pair of shutters preventing it from aiming up, preventing it from aiming down, but it can aim directly across. And door snipe picks over there.
You literally had one job, but he did it.
Yeah, you did it well. That's all he needs. That's the whole point. It makes it almost impossible to door snipe that sniper. Almost impossible. We do see an upgrade center for all players involved. Oh. Julian restructures some of his defenses. Gets AP sniped for it. Loses 30% off of his core, but no more. Julian is the first to place a heavy weapons tech, going with the laser production facility. Whereas Pix has going with the munitions plants, second in the list, second in the race. Alex has the factory going for the energy weapons tech. And Nils is going mortars. Remember when I said that these players aren't super late game creatures? This is why. Not even going with the heavy mortar version. Every time I do this, it's a higher percent effectiveness whenever I don't reveal that I'm going mortars before. I don't confirm that I'm going mortars by firing them before turning them into heavy mortars. It tends to work a lot better, even if the opponents suspect that it's mortars. Because once mortars are confirmed, then they tend to get a little bit harder of a investment into anti-air. But it looks like Nils is already taking out of them, so this is a huge expenditure. Like, that's 6 mortars. That's a big expenditure for such a small use.
Small payout.
Yeah, like that's no payout. They got no damage done so far. And they didn't arrive in time to deter or to delay heavy weapons placement, as Pix has managed to place a howitzer. And we're not seeing an upgrade to the mortars, so we're not going with more investment on that. We are seeing miniguns up there. I'm not sure what Nils' plan is, I'm gonna be honest. Julian's going with a double plasma into fire beam. There's Alex. I mentioned this last time, where you kind of just go for the portal nuke strat. Alex is going with the portal nuke strat. He's not super late game with it. I think he's only doing 2 of them, and he has his own fire beams. Like, he's supporting his own fire beams here. Miniguns blast some of the anti-air, allowing the mortars to get blasted by the rest of them and taken out of the sky for it. Can do it. If Nil had heavy mortars here, that offense would look very different. As those gunners would then be exposed, the minigunners could shred. Yeah, it looks like we're settling in for another long game type thing. There's a lot more action at the 6-minute mark than in previous matches. But that action isn't nearly enough to break anyone or anything. So we are going to see this game go long. The question is only who has advantage when the heavy weapons pop out, and what kind of damage we're talking about. Julian doesn't have the energy for a follow-up for a 3rd shot on the plasma. Pix did lose, his armor was breached, but there's no follow-up shot after the armor breach. And Alex's opening volley on the nukes is taken out, as is his fire beam. Which is unfortunate for Alex, the sniper taking out that fire beam while all of this was happening. Commander active ability for Bombini Gusini. That'll give them some extra eco, which is at least in part used for firing the missiles. Ooh. They tried. It hunts the single machine gunner that dared give it the alcohols. Minigunners for everyone, but only Team Gold has snipers, and snipers are very good at removing minigunners, among other things.
Minigunners are also really good against howitzers.
Yes, we learned that, and Eaton taught us that one. Turbine defense against nuke, 100% worth it. I think I credit Gold with being at the advantage here, just because they have so much map control that the Bomber Geese here can't actually do anything. That they don't have any real way of dealing damage. They have nukes and howitzers, both of which get shut down pretty hard by the literal walls of machine guns and anti-air available to Team Gold. Whereas Team Gold has enough map control to sometimes get damage done with their mortarage, and can consistently get damage done with the plasma beams on the lower fort, Julian's base. That said, Team Gold just got slapped across the face with a howitzer, so that, you know, happens. Only one nuke is fired. Beautifully timed. Alexander slaps himself in the bottom side with his own nuke. Managing to sell off the undefended cannon. Very well done. But yeah, Julian's just starting to penetrate through. He's got 3 plasmas, and that's enough to break through most armors. As long as he can properly align the mortar, properly align the plasmas, Alexander's going to start having some real trouble here, keeping his defenses intact. And there's the chain fire from Alexander that will keep his mortars away from the lasers. But there's still so much anti-air. Oh, howitzer exposed. Sniper comes out. I don't think they're going to get it. Did you just door snipe yourself? Almost. It was close. Yeah, those mortars are landing now. There's not nearly enough anti-air from Team Bombini Gusini. The mortars are landing and dealing great and terrible damage, where the howitzers are failing to get anything done. Too many shotguns, too much anti-air out of Team Gold. Just the map control from Team Gold is overwhelming. Team Bombini Gusini is attempting to compete. They have minigunners, they have snipers, they have machine gunners. It's just not enough. Somewhere between not active enough with them and just not enough of them. Team Gold is starting to run away with the game by virtue of just pressuring them, which is always a fun way to go for the team doing the pressuring. And a hit. Mortar pens through both the anti-air and the armor. Bomber Goose takes a hit directly to their core for the heavy mortars. As another volley of missiles launches. It actually makes it across. Julian takes a hit from the nuke. It's only a hit to the extremities, so no massive damage dealt. Oh, that is a huge repair bill. The mortars just took out 2 energy shields and the structure around the turbines. Those turbines are exposed to direct fire shots now. And will be for some time. As the fire beam punches through, taking out half of the turbines. So many machine gunners, so many Bomber Geese machine gunners are getting blasted by snipers. But what are left are enough to take out the entirety of that mortar volley. This is a very, very slow grind. As the Bomber Goose, Team Bombini Gusini are being slowly whittled away here.
It is just never a good sign when an exposed fire beam on Nilsa's base is just allowed to live this long.
Yes. That's how much map control Gold currently possesses. Those plasmas are cutting so deep. Oh, that was close. That would have been lethal had Julian managed to line up that shot properly.
Those mortars
it's a hard
are really
shot to line
a lot
up.
of pressure.
They really are. Mortars are just they apply so much pressure and they deal so much damage when left unchecked. They're like the most damage efficient weapon in the game. Another volley of nuke. Shut down, Julian's got more than enough anti-air to prevent that nuke from landing.
So much deformation.
Yes.
Just need to add a buzzsaw or two and everything collapses.
Yes. I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't seen a buzzsaw from Nils specifically.
Well, he
doesn't
even need a buzzsaw.
That's true. As, well, that fort is now half a fort. And the mortars are coming for it. Wow! It survived that hit, knocking it down to 5%. As here comes death and disaster. Whoa! Barely hanging on. Oh, is Alexander going to go first? Surely these mortars finish it before. Oh, it's close. It's so close. I was half expecting that to deal like another 1% worth of damage. Is that it? Ow. Death by shotgun. And the mortars retarget. Alexander's not long for this world. Those mortars, he has nothing to stop these mortars from raining down upon him, and they are lethal. Missile launch detected. Julian unleashing his own missiles. As Alex is now exposed plasma trying to counter snipe. Doesn't quite make it. And away goes the final heavy weapon for Alexander and goes away to base. Very well done. And that is round 1. I want to see the replays on this one. I didn't realize he'd actually ran out of energy for that shot. That near kill shot. Kaboom. Okay. It looks like we are ready. So we're jumping into round 2 in this best of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we're off to round 2 in this best of 3. Where here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Gold, Julian and Nils, playing as the Architect Commander, facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red. It's Team Bombini Gusini, playing as the Overdrive Commander. Two more generalist-style commanders, I expect to see some later gameplays. If we're talking slugfest matches, these commanders are scream slugfest. We do see a sniper for every player. Alexander immediately losing the sniper duel.
Julian Big Snips just sitting on their snipers.
Mm-hmm.
Waiting.
You'll love to see
it. There it goes.
Oh, and he gets it through the double shutter door. Oh. Yeah, that's,
This is a crazy shot. Wow.
Yes.
This is an insane shot.
Yes, it is.
I think even if you hit the perfect middle, the random deviation is enough to make you miss most of the time.
I remember they reduced a lot of that random deviation, but...
For AP Sniper, yes, they put it back to the Sniper one, but they didn't touch on the Sniper itself.
Yeah. It's intense. I like how he put one sandbag there, which is not enough to defend the turbines. But the sniping has stopped. I don't know, they have better things to do than to inflict emotional damage. Unsurprisingly, we see an upgrade center for everyone involved. Upgrade centers are the premium for economic investments. More interestingly, Team Gold has gone double factory and has done so at a notably faster time than their opponents. And double factory, the laser production facility. So we're going to see lasers on top of lasers for Team Gold. Whereas Team Bombini Cosini is varied up a little bit more. They have one player going lasers, one player going cannons.
We seem to have hit upgrade o'clock.
Yes. All the upgrades.
I mean, it makes perfect sense from the two commander choices.
Yeah, I think both teams have realized that they're going to take it slow. They're going high eco, and it's just going to be.
They're going
like,
for
no
a
one's
30
getting
minute
super
match.
cheesy.
Got it.
Yeah, that's the plan here. Like no one's going cheese. Everyone knows that no one's going cheese. Like we do see an AP sniper, we do see an EMP,
But
these
it's
are like
defended.
Yeah, these are not. These are harassment tools to be annoying, not for actual combat. You know, honestly, that's probably more damage than if it had actually hit something. Like the EMP doesn't deal like real damage when it hits something. Like it deals a meaningful amount of damage to whatever it directly impacts. The splash damage is trivial. And so like meaningful damage to like a single shred of wood is an inconsequential repairable, but igniting the entire line of turbines, that's probably substantially more metal worth of damage than just
maybe just hitting
the
the shield would have been worse, but yes.
Yeah. Well, hitting the shield definitely would have been the best case scenario because it just straight up destroys an entire shield. It's just like, you know, another 300 metal worth of damage.
Well, they did have the shotgun ready to try to follow up on those turbines, which is always nice and juicy.
Oh, yes. Julian with 4 plasmas on the field.
Yeah. Nils has 2, Julian has 2. We're about to see a lot of laser fire.
2 on Pixie's side as well, and 2 cannons for Alexander.
I was gonna say, like, it's 2 heavy weapons per player, and there's 4 players. So there's a lot of heavy weapons on the board right now. They're still under construction.
This will go wrong very fast.
It will. Nils has not developed defenses yet, and it's past due time to do so. He's got a few seconds left before that becomes relevant. Before his defenses get tested, I should say.
Yeah, 2 doors is barely sufficient.
Given the amount of firepower on the board, yeah, certainly. But Nils fires a first shot. I don't know if I count that as first blood.
No, this is first blood.
Yep, there it is. As we have Julian getting door sniped here, and Nils immediately recognizing that his defenses are woefully insufficient. Honestly, I was kind of expecting more devastation for the opening volleys.
Yeah, same. I was expecting a lot of merging shots and everything.
Yeah. Like there's, you have 4 laser beams that can point anywhere, just all hit the same spot. Someone's gonna explode. But it didn't happen, so...
They didn't trust their aim.
Julian's selling off his shotguns, so I guess he's really not expecting howitzers anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, he has seen plasmas on the bottom and cannons on top, so yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, this is our life now. I would say Bombini Gusini's had a pretty heavy advantage here.
3 cannons is not anything to mess around with.
Yeah. As much as that's a lot of damage, I still think Bombini Gusini's at advantage here. I think Gold needs to get some more work done before Bombini runs, Gusini runs away with it. And they're trying, and it looks like they're close to succeeding. They haven't quite crossed that threshold yet. Alex going straight to the core.
And he's right to do so.
I agree. Nils adding in 6 mortars. Those mortars are exposed, and Alex knows about them, so anti-air is coming online. Ooh, the fire beam. That fire beam is dedicated for anti-cannon. That could delay the game substantially and give Gold a good opportunity to seal their own fate.
Yeah, in the French community we call that the anti-fun beam.
Yeah. It's not that it isn't good, it's not that it isn't effective, it's that I don't see it their only win condition at this point really is getting a door snipe, which is an okay win condition, but it's not very effective. And so they're basically stalling the game and rolling the dice, hoping they land a nat 20 kind of deal. Whereas the Bomber Geese are just out here blasting. Case in point. Look at that, Julian penetrated.
I don't see what the
Alexander losing a lot of his anti-air. I mean, they're mortars. They do so many things. They apply pressure, they deal damage, they force anti-air.
Yeah, but there is enough anti-air to not have to care too much.
I mean, they're pretty cheap to fire. Force your opponents to keep them honest. That and Nils has fire beams of his own, so doesn't even need to collaborate in order to get near consistent mortar volleys. Like so.
Okay, fair.
And just like that, Nils has real DPS on the board. As Alexander is going with the cannon tower solution problem, which I approve. At this point, honestly, I'd probably aim for a weapons platform as Alexander, either for the fire beam directly in front of the core or where the plasma beams are. As long as he's consistently firing those cannons. So he's just gotta keep doing. I mean, it's cannons. They win via economic attrition most of the time. Alright, Alex, fire the cannons. Now is the opportunity. Do it now. There you go. Shotgun blasted. Do it again.
Ooh, surprise Howie.
Surprise! You could have seen that one coming. Now here's the thing. That fire beam will burn cannon shells out of the sky left and right. That doesn't mean you don't fire the cannons. You let them burn it out of the sky, and you just accept that not all of your cannon shells are... Oh no, he's going down. Too many energy beams into the foundations. And he's gone. Alex stands alone. Now that's a bit too many to accept that just losing a cannon shell. Like when it was just one, maybe two. When you have 4 fire beams looking at you, you need to actually do something about them, even if that means blasting the fire beams directly. I'm running out of ways I can see Alexander coming back in this. He does need energy shields scattered across his base. For that he needs more energy production. Yeah, honestly, Gold just has so much map control. They've managed to build up a real DPS worth of lasers. And they're just blasting at this point. They have more damage worth of lasers than Alexander has income, which is very, very difficult to do. But they've managed to do it. And Alexander's getting shredded here. I think that's going to be the end of it. Yep. Away goes Alex's last cannon as it's dropped into his foundations. He's still got a howitzer left, but nothing to prevent the incoming firepower. As it all comes crumbling down, and ladies and gentlemen, Team Gold will be winning this matchup 2-0 and moving on to the semifinals. Very well played. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are excited because we've got the next round coming up here right now. Team Hyper versus Team Gonna Touch Ya. This is... good Lord have mercy. It's the memers. As we'll be playing a best of 3. Alrighty then, let's go ahead and check out the commander bans and map selection. On today's ban list, we have Seep and Spook. So no Missile Rush Madness. And then of course Spook is okay. A generalist of all things. We're starting out on Boonies 2v2, then moving on to Stalactites. And should it come down to it, in the decider in this best of 3, Snow Leopards 2v2. Alrighty then. The players are readying up. The match is made. We'll be jumping into the action momentarily. I hope you guys are excited because I know I am. The countdown has begun. Let's do this. Team Gonna Touch You versus Team Hyper.
This was the fastest cat herding in a while.
Yes, very well done.
And
we're off. It's a mirror match, ladies and gentlemen. As here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Gonna Touch You. Butterdog and Ryabjik are playing as the Moonshine Commander. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red, it is Team Hyper. Marks and Dami playing as the Moonshine Commander. Like to see it. Moonshine's a good time. We've seen Moonshine once before, just today alone.
Yeah, I don't know why, but Bunny seems to always go with Moonshine for some reason. Like, I have seen some mirror matches on Bunnies with Moonshine.
Really? Okay.
I guess there is a very meta strat for this.
I don't know. I don't feel that Moonshine... I'm not sure. I would have to ask the players as to why that would be. Like, I look at this and I don't think Moonshine has some special advantage here that other commanders don't. I don't see that link. But Moonshine is this kind
of... bit of the overarching laser meta going on right now?
I think that's probably it. Moonshine is just very good against lasers. And
with lasers as well.
And with lasers as well, yes. It's I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty decent, just kind of general purpose. I don't want to say general purpose, but like heavy weapons commander. It deals with cheese. It deals with things like energy shield spam and portal spam. I'm not sure. This map isn't one that typically benefits from extreme shield usage or heavy shield usage. So I'm not sure. It may just be a coincidence kind of deal. Maybe there just aren't other commanders. Like, I think of this map and I don't think, what commander works really well on this map? I mean, not Seep. Eagle Eye isn't really a consistent commander for these kind of things. Firebird, no. Shakana could be fine. Like the standard generalist commanders are okay. But outside of that, like if Overdrive is banned and Spook is banned, like what do you pick? Not Seep. Scattershot hasn't been particularly popular. Warthog. Moonshine. It's kind of on the par with Warthog. I think that may be the mentality there. Less because it's good than because it's just fine, and there isn't a lot of options for goodness here. The size of the map makes rockets less interesting. I think that's probably just it there. Either way, we do see a little bit of cheekiness in the early game. A pair of buzzsaws for each player. Butterdog and Dame. Slicing off their connection to the lower forts, which is pretty beneficial. At least is pretty... It's a pretty heavy repair bill for that. Especially because you have to reconnect to the foundation nodes. The snipers are trying. And dying. An EMP out of Ryabjik. Oh, you just took a mine out. That's unexpected. Mars just wiping out one of Ryabjik's mines. It is worth noting that both players on the blue team here, Team Gonna Touch here, have gone with laser technology. So we're expecting to see laser weaponry from them. Whereas Team Hyper's mixing it up. They've got one laser, one cannon. Dami still has some ammo left in his buzzsaws, so we can see a little bit more harassment here. Now, he's not yet committed to hitting any spot in particular. We see a different weapon placement for the teams. Butterdog is going for the upper, above the mines, weapon placement, where he's building his heavy weapons up there. Whereas on the other side, we see Dami building his heavy weapons, his lasers, above his lower mines. That EMP is still hitting things and still shutting down that howitzer. Looks like Dami's looking to just get away, just make his buzzsaws go away, so we can replace them with proper armor. I do hear many energy shields being placed for Team Hyper. I don't know if they're expecting plasmas or if they're just preparing just in case. Mara is going up to 2 howitzers. If he waits until both howitzers are ready to fire before revealing the howitzers, things may get... Oh no, really? That's how you do him? You wipe out the plasma by bypassing his shield? That's just mean. It looks like Team Gunatochi is preparing for howitzer defense. I'm not sure.
Oh no.
Insufficient defenses. Devastating. EMP shuts down the energy shields. Mars was relying on the energy shield to defend his howitzer. And suddenly Mars has no defenses. Ryabjik just snipes out that howitzer. That's a lot of damage. That sets Mars back a lot. At this point, Mars is gonna have to just raw fire that howitzer, and Ryabjik is already waiting with a pair of shotguns for that scenario exactly. That's gonna put Hyper in a really bad position here. Like a really bad position. I'm realizing now that I'm pretty certain Ryabjik's lower plasma here has a perfect angle on Mars's mines.
Oh yes, definitely.
That could get devastating real quick. Hyper's in a bad position, and I think they don't know just how bad their position is. Uh-oh. Oh, the howitzer gets across, completely raw, does some damage, but nothing to break. The plasma takes out a mine and an energy shield. Oh, that's the worst. Okay. No, that EMP is still getting way more effectiveness, way more done than I would have expected it to. Huh. Didn't break that piece of metal. Is he landing that shot again? He landed that shot again. Like he almost destroyed that plasma beam. I missed it this time. Okay. That EMP is finally being defeated by the thickness of armor. Fired! Fired! Alright. Alright, shotgun does shut down the howitzer this time. He's properly prepared for it. Oof. Uh-oh. Plasma taken out. Rabjik loses his only active plasma. Interestingly enough, Rabjik is actually tech switching here. He's got a cannon placed and ready to switch out of plasmas here, which I think is the correct call. Eventually, I don't know that to do it right now, but I guess no time like the present. Okay. Cannons are flying. Shields are dying. As are the mines. As here we go. Another Alpha Strike preparing. Howitzer taken out. No follow-up.
Oh, this could be pretty bad.
It could be. Catches it, so it doesn't fall. The snipers from below do take out the weapons. But the mines remain intact. He's trying so hard to snipe through that door, which is not happening. And it lives. Oh, you almost door sniped that howitzer. That would have been devastating. But the cannon is complete. Rabjik just shuts down Mars's entire front door with its standard cannon. That's a rough world to live in. And another shot from above bypassing the doors. Mars is getting bullied here. EMPs fly. And another... Is that just a door snipe? No, it's an EMP. Shut down the energy shield. Almost counts as a door snipe. There's surprisingly few weapons for... I guess given the tech switch, it's not surprising. But it is enough to eliminate Hyper with the combined firepower of the entire team. It is enough to do it. That leaves only Dami remaining. And Dami has been kind of reset back to the Dark Age. He's never lost his tech, but his weapons keep getting blasted. He hasn't had a lot of weapons available since the beginning. Like this match started with him losing his plasma to a shot that bypassed his doors, and that has happened like 3 more times. So Dami is currently constructing a howitzer. This is the only weapon currently in Dami's arsenal, and will not be available to fire for another minute or so. Whereas Team Gonna Touch You has many weapons, has a base destruction amount of weapons. Well, there goes the howitzer again. And it's gone. Dami with no weapons remaining. Has placed another howitzer on top of his base, which may or may not make it. I'd be more concerned about the fort itself being destroyed in its entirety. Like so. Dami losing half of his mines, again. Uh-oh. So what flavor of weapon? Bets on what flavor of weapon eliminates Dami here. Poverty is included in that option. I'm betting laser. Plasma beam. Shotgun is an option. Cannon is an option. EMP is an option. It's the plasma beam. As Team Gonna Touch You wins round 1 in this best of 3. That's such a beautiful shot. Game-changing right there. That set them back so far they never recovered. Not properly, at least. Stalactites 3v3. All right. The match is ready. The players are ready. I hope you guys are ready, because we're about to jump into the next round. All right. Let's do this. Round 2, Gonna Touch It versus Team Hyper. It's... oh dear. I don't know what to make of this. So here we have on the left-hand side, Team Gonna Touch You playing as the Armadillo Commander. They're facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side in the red. It is Team Hyper playing as a Pinch Fist Commander. Pinch Fist is popular, it's good, it's very strong. It's the whole gimmick is that it sells off its entire base and structure and everything in order to boost its early game progression, eco, and tech. Whereas on the other side, Team Gonna Touch is playing as Armadillo. We've seen Armadillo picked many times, mostly unsuccessfully. But it's very popular, for a good reason. Now, here's the thing. Team Gonna Touch You is playing as Armadillo, and Armadillo wants to kind of defend itself. I need to point out the snipers and what they're doing with the snipers. They were attacking Dami's mines, and Dami has placed a sniper there. Which they may actually break, which would be hilarious. That would 100% count as first blood if they manage that. But they've managed to convince Dame to block the turbine. Congratulations, you did it. Now, as I was saying, Armadillo wants to go late and win via attrition. Armadillo's whole gimmick is that it repairs at cheaper and faster, so you just go late, let everyone pummel blast you, and then you trade with the opponents and just repair better, so you get, you know, better better rates through the attrition war. Pinch Fist does not do attrition very well. Its whole gimmick is that it gets places faster and then hits a sharp timing. So, while I'm not terribly surprised to see an upgrade center here for Team Hyper, if it gets to the point where the upgrade center is make or break, then it puts their opponents at a massive advantage. Where Team Hyper just kind of lives with it. It has been coming up on 3 minutes of constant sniping here, and that's some real emotional damage. Well, now the mine is available to snipe again. And the snipers are being upgraded to AP snipers, which is not really an upgrade. It's more like a side grade. So we'll get back to them on that. We have an EMP for Mars, but there's already snipers on the board, and they know there are snipers on the board, so that's, you know, a brave decision. I see why they went the AP Sniper. They went AP Sniper because Mars had removed the armor around his core, and they knew the armor was removed from the core, so they tried to go for the core. But now they're just going for the mines after removing the EMP. The EMP was present for all of one shot, and then the snipers found it, because that's how snipers work. Based on the build orders, Hyper will not be going with the fastest timing attack. They're just, oh no. Not like this. The greed. The lack of punishment, more like. Manages to do that. He might just fire that again. Nope. It's okay, yeah, it's been defended this time. Good job. You did it. Well played. I'm gonna say both teams are playing pretty standard here. Just one of these teams is much more sniper heavy than the other. Mars going with the traditional howitzer placement. Is this man doing the double? He's double stacking the howitzer on his core. That's, you know what? It works. Super aggressive. If you're doing that, if you're doing that, why are you... I think it's probably a mistake to try to get an upgrade center if you're going with that strategy. Because this is a... If you get shot while doing this, you just kind of lose the game. So getting these out earlier and blasting while the opponent's unprepared is just kind of... It's pretty certain that's the higher percentage play, but I don't have stats on this, so I can't tell you for sure. Realistically, I expect this to go with Hyper launching an attack long after their opponents have fully defended themselves, and then not managing to break their opponents, and then Team Gonna Touch Ya is just gonna armor up, face tank it, and go about their day. And that's just how that's gonna work. Eventually just teching up to outpacing the red team and winning it. That's my prediction. Will it play out that way? Only one way to find out, because Mars is preparing to fire here. This man 100% needs to wait until both howitzers are ready to fire. If he fires just one of them, it's not going to get anything done, and it's going to be a problem. The thing is, Ryabjik already has the double shotgun ready to go, and it's waiting. It's waiting for the moment that the double howitzer fires. And if even one of them gets taken out, even one of the howitzers gets taken out, Ryabjik's got 0% chance of dying here. And then, things start going down the path. Yep. They try the focus fire, but it's not enough. Ryabjik survives. And Dami loses a... Did he lose both of them? Oh my god, he lost both of them. Oh, that's so bad. That's so bad. Hyper just lost half of their heavy weapons in an exchange. To snipers. They didn't even get... Okay. Well, things have gone quite poorly. Hyper missed the window for the double howitzer smash, and didn't quite have the follow up there. So now it's an attrition war. I guess technically it doesn't have to be an attrition war, but it's going to become an attrition war because Team Gonna Touch is gonna try to make it one. And Hyper doesn't have the damage output to force it out of attrition war into burst damage kind of battle, sniper battle. So momentum goes to Team Gonna Touch you, despite now they do actually have better eco as well because Dami hasn't upgraded his mines. Yeah, this is exactly the situation that Butterdog and Ryabjik want to be in. I don't know if Hyper feels comfortable where they're at. I mean, they probably don't, given they just lost, 2 weapons, but man, this is a lot worse for them than I think they understand, and I suspect they understand. He's already lined up for the door snipe. Ryabjik is already lined up for the door snipe on the howitzer. Oh, this is... Oh, it's bad. It's real bad. He tried to preempt it. He heard the howitzer come off cooldown. He heard a door open and he fired, but it wasn't the howitzer door that opened.
That is the kind of thing that just eats at you, though, when you hear it.
Yep. Swing and a miss. Oh, the bait! Mars opened the howitzer door, closed the howitzer door, and Ryabjik heard the door opening, fired, but the door was closed by the time the laser landed. Oh boy. Alright, so 100% Mars knows that if he opens that door, he's dead. He's just baiting with it right now. What do you do here as Team Hyper? Do you just, try to go portal nukes? Speaking of which, it looks like Butterdog's starting to go portal nukes. Well, I guess if your opponent uses his plasma, then you can fire. But realistically, the howitzers have already been defeated.
Ooh.
2 mines go down. That's actually a pretty... That's actually good. That's gonna help even things out a bit. I don't think that that's nearly enough. Now, usually when mines start going down for any reason, that's, a telltale sign that that player is about to, explode. But I think that's not nearly enough here in this game.
I think the laser meta also makes it a little bit easier if you still have your weapons, because lasers, you can keep firing them, whereas with a cannon build, you're without mines, you're gone.
Yes. Yeah, but our dog's getting the nukes online. Just needs to get those portals in place. And also ramp up his energy production. Good lord, he's even need like massive upgrades there. So much focus fire. You know, Ryabjik's base is really starting to deform in some concerning ways. I don't know how close he is to total collapse, but it's certainly not far. Okay. Oh, standard cannon comes out and removes the last shotgun. These howitzers have an opportunity to get damage done. And also to get door sniped. That's what's called scary.
You could see Rabzik just waiting for it. They activated the Armadillo commander so he could see his opponent's armor and just sitting on that laser.
Yep. He knows that if he gets one door snipe, he wins the entire game. And the series. And I'm still convinced the longer this match goes, the more of an advantage Team Good Touch is going to have. And the only reason we haven't seen massive power spikes yet is because they're going with the portal missile strat, which just takes a long time to build. It's expensive and takes forever to actually get up and running. And once it does get up and running, we're going to see a huge spike in power. Speaking of which, here we go. Team Hyper did predict it. Predict is a strong word for something they can actually see, but it'll keep them alive for now, but that's not the kind of thing they want to have to rely on. The EMP taking out the howitzer round. Always painful. Ooh. So very close. But not quite. Uh-oh. That looked like armor breach. Foundation node exposed, but undamaged. Just a little deformation. Mars remains intact. Sniper anti-air, you'll love to see it. That's a big hit. Mars loses a cannon. At this point, there are enough lasers on the board to start breaking through the defended hardpoints on Team Hyper. That's a breakpoint which truly starts to spiral the game. And the new clans. The damage output for Team Gonna Touch You is just kind of overwhelming at this point. I forget that I mentioned, in a matchup like this, 15 minutes is the mark where I give the like the timer. I would say things like Pinch Fist have 15 minutes truly to end the game, or it gets out of hand. I don't remember if I said that aloud this time, but if I didn't, that's unfortunate, because the timing was perfect. It was like 15:30 and Hyper just gets blasted back to the Dark Age. And now the plasmas cut deep. Is it lethal? I don't think so. No, not lethal because it runs out of energy. Unfortunate. And now look at this. Ryabjik has enough breathing room to get portal missiles of his own. That shotgun is saving him at the last possible minute. Oh, it's so close. Oh, it's so close. That almost hit the foundation node. Should I say, it almost destroyed the foundation node. The foundation node got hit, went down to about 25% HP. Almost broke it in its entirety, which would have been a problem for Mars. At this point, that man is just using the EMP as anti-howitzer, which is hilarious to me. Third plasma. Makes it through, takes out another laser. Dami has been defanged. No longer has any heavy weapons left. Leaving the double howitzer the only real offensive firepower on Team Hyper. And honestly, that's been shut down since, like, the opening volley. So there's not any significant threat. I can't honestly say that the howitzer's not a significant threat. They've just been functionally defunct since their initialization, since their creation. And now Mars is just getting blasted. Butterdog and Ryabjik are focusing their fire on Mars at this point. And, well, he survives. His armor does what it's supposed to do. His defenses work as expected. It's just, it cuts real deep. It cuts so deep that Mars will not be able to repair. He's deep in the death spiral. Armor has been breached again. Core is exposed. And it's over. Mars is eliminated. Dami, with no active weaponry, is next on the chopping block. He's got a weapon 2/3 of the way complete, and also EMP'd repeatedly. His foundation nodes are under threat, are being attacked. Nukes land. How was that not lethal? I am surprised that Dami is alive right now. Those last two laser rounds looked like they should have been lethal. And they may yet be. Okay. He's gone. And we have our victors. Team Gunatachi wins 2-0 over their opponents. Ladies and gentlemen, well played. God, that's a beautiful round. Quite predictable how that went, but it was a wonderful back and forth. Well played and well executed for everyone. Look at that shot from below, just sniping out all those mines. For a moment, I was thinking, maybe with enough door snipes, maybe they can come back in this. So close, so far away. God, that shot just